Hello, everybody. Hello. How's everybody doing today? It's nice to see everybody. Hello, Katie. I'm sorry I have to wake you up by being a streamer. Lay down. Go sleep. Anyway, hello. Today we're going to be playing Divinity Dragon Commander, which is a very interesting game. It's a game that I enjoy a lot. It's a great armchair, like, politics type game, and that's why I enjoy it so much. It's very, very fun. It tries to sort of portray itself as being like a Risk plus RTS style game where you've got your Risk map and then you choose where your armies go, and then either your generals or you go in and actually fight an RTS fight. And you slowly take over the map. That's how the game works. But all that is kind of just like window dressing for what the game really is, which is political commentary. And it's so interesting because the political commentary is so much more engaging than the RTS or the Risk style like board game aspect of it, because they handle it so well. Because the way that it works is you are the emperor, essentially. And you have your advisors who all sort of represent a political spectrum. And they will argue their points on a given topic, and then you, as the emperor, can choose yay or nay on any topic. And the fun thing is that the topics are topics that are permanently, like, part of the human zeitgeist. Like, they're the same stuff, like, of the last 20 years. They're the same stuff of the last 3,000 years. Because if you take your head out of the political bullshit and you actually look at it for what it is, politics have more or less been the same for the last 3,000 years. There's not really been a huge difference at all, ever. And this game was made by people who were able to do that and pull their head out, look at it for what it is, and because of that, they were able to characterize these fantasy races with real-world political spectrums really, really interestingly. Because none of them are fully outright evil. They all have their pluses and minuses because of their beliefs. Some of them are very, very religious. Some of them are very, very family-coded. Some of them are all about business. Some of them are all about the power to the people and equality. And they all have their little says on everything. And you, as the emperor, are allowed to choose yay or nay on whatever it is. And no matter what it is, they're going to obey it. And you will sort of experience the fallout of your decisions, no matter what they are, as part of the tabletop. And then at the end, you get a news article, and no matter what you choose, no matter what you do, the news article is always negative. Because of course it is. Like, it doesn't matter what you choose. Because you're the ruler who made the decision, you will always be the bad guy in the eyes of the news. Because that's so true to life. It's like, it doesn't matter what you do. It's always bad. It doesn't matter. And I love that. It's a lot of fun. And so we're gonna get into it, and we're gonna have ourselves some fun. Just letting you guys know, we're all big kids now. We can talk about politics without losing our fucking minds. Yeah? In fact, what might be a good idea for you guys is to sort of put on your evil caps and be like, okay, let's get into the mind of our enemies today. Because we're gonna have fun with politics. And I know that's really hard, but we can do it. I believe in us. So let's see if we can get the game open. Let's see if the game will actually launch, because it is sort of an older game. but we can get into it. Hopefully. Ah! Hello, Larian. It's good to see you guys. Yeah, so this was also made by Larian because, of course, it was Divinity. And that's also very fun, considering, you know, what things are like now. Oh, God, it's so loud. I'll fix it. I just need to get it to work first. Oh, my God, it's so loud. There we go. Holy crap. Okay, let's go with there. And maybe turn up speech a little bit. And maybe turn these down a little bit more. So that we can make sure that we hear people when they talk, but the music isn't like drowning us out. All right. Let me just make sure I can see Twitch. Yay. All right. We play game. Story campaign. Let's go. As far as actually being the dragon goes, I like doing a regen poison type build with the mountain dragon, where it's all about giving me a whole bunch of passive buffs and then applying poison and rot and degradation on the enemies. That way, they fall apart quickly, and I regen. It's not that difficult. They should be fine. Let's see. Our color... I like purple. Let's do purple. Oh, that's loud. These cutscenes are still loud. Of course, Larian makes loud cutscenes. They always do that.
Thousands of years ago,
Ow!
Sigurd I built incredible engines of war, and with them forged an empire. The emperor married and sired many children. He even had a love child with mysterious Aurora, an ancient dragon in a woman's guise. Once united, peace was declared in Rivellon, and bloodshed soon forgotten. But Sigurd's realm of peace was shattered when his own sons and daughters rose against him. War returned with a vengeance, and annihilation reached new heights. Desperate to safeguard Sigurd's legacy, the wizard Maxos sought the help of the one child that never betrayed his father, Sigurd and Aurora's son, the half-dragon prince. He would be the one to save the empire from ruin, and to aid him in his quest, Maxos delivered unto him the imperial command ship known as the Raven. This is the story of Maxos and the Dragon.
Yay!
This is the story of the Dragon Commander.
Fun. The Raven, 8,800. Alright. The Rivellon Times. Sigurd I, Emperor of Rivellon, murdered. Sons and daughters go to war. Siblings vie for the throne, no quarter given. Undead proclaim war as punishment from the gods. Gold prices skyrocket. War not all bad, say dwarves. Decades of peace end on bloody battlegrounds. War raged with terrible contraptions. Elves and lizards horrified. Imps delighted. And so we can see, this is our Rivellon Times. At the end of every turn or every decision that we make, this is going to show up, and it's going to give us the news. It's going to give us everyone's reactions, and no matter what, we're going to be the bad guy, because, again, we're the rulers. We'll also see our political popularity among the various races that are part of our empire. Yay. Anyway, we have an ad coming up in about a minute, but let's go ahead and get through this, like, starting entry bit, and then I'll let ads go, and then, yeah. We'll have ourselves some fun.
Welcome, noble dragon, to the Raven. This wonder of engineering. This miracle wrought in magic that has a living demon for a heart.
Ooh, a living demon.
Between the knowledge I shall pry from this infernal creature's cryptic mind and the avalanche of tomes, manuscripts, and blueprints aboard awaiting study, we will catch up with our enemies in no time and claim back the lands they have taken by force. Our task is monumental, but we will not have to face it alone. 2 famed generals are here already, loyal to the legacy we are trying to save, and therefore loyal to you, given time. I have furthermore enlisted the service of Grumio, an imp of devilish cunning that can fashion anything my research will uproot. Already he has created you a wonder he calls a jet pack.
So yeah, on top of having our political advisors, we also have to deal with the politics of our generals, the politics of our inventors, the politics of our political marriage, and several other things. So, you know, the life of an emperor. And to help us along the way, we also have a wizard and a demon who is powering our airship. And we can also do dealings with them as well, which it makes for additional, like, political intrigue and villainy. The kinds of things you would expect from fantasy politics, you know?
Talk to these men, get your bearings, and begin your conquest. If you have any more questions, you can find me in the Royal Chamber, which I shall use as a study. Good luck, Dragon. May the Divines be with you.
Alright, let's click on a character to talk to them. Click on the strategy globe to access the strategy map. So that thing in the back there is the strategy globe. That's how we'll actually interact with the map at large. Down here is our little UI that shows the locations on our ship. We have the bridge, which is where we currently are. We have the canteen, or the bar, which is, you know, the bar, where a bunch of our generals will gather, as well as a couple of other NPCs given time. And they'll have some small talk, some small decisions here or there, some things to grow our closeness with the people around us. And then we have the lab, where our inventor Grumio is working on advancements for our armies, as well as our jetpack. And then we have the library where Maxos is, and he will have upgrades for the dragon, that is us, and be able to imbue us with magical energy so that we become stronger on the battlefield. Later on, we'll also be able to access the dragon engine from the library, where we'll be able to talk to the demon itself. So that'll be fun. Alright, find Maxos in the Royal Chamber and Grumio in the Engineering Bay to research new units, upgrades, and dragon skills. Yeah. So, whenever we see a person, we can click on them and have a conversation with them. And depending on our actions, they might get closer to us, they will develop, they will grow, and they may get new skills on the battlefield as well, or they might just abandon us outright. You know, if we do a bad job managing our generals, they'll leave, and we'll have fewer generals to lead our armies. Up here is another part of the UI. We've got our research points, our research income per turn, which we can use to research things with either Maxos or Grumio. We have our money, which we use to actually buy units on the board. We have what turn it is, and we have special cards. Special cards give us special powers per turn. They can be used to create units. They can be used to increase money. They can be used to be to mess with our enemies. You know, they're board game cards, essentially, that we can use to mess with the battlefield one way or another. Over here is the menu and the Empire Overview, where we can actually see our popularity, any political decisions we've made, the consequences of our actions, and like an overview of stuff that's gone on. We can also check out our generals when we get them and see what they specialize in, so that we can manage them. Make sense? Good. Alright, let's talk to this guy.
Let me tell your right of the bat bastard that I hold you in very little regard.
Wow.
Your father may have been a great king once, but this last decade, a crowned pig would have played the part better.
Wow.
He became a vainglorious fool, a sloth, and a coward. No wonder then that his own children could amass armies unperceived, and strike at the heart of a kingdom in a matter of days.
You know what? Fair. All right.
He tried to run, but he failed, and they slew him where he stood. Now the realm has been shattered, and vultures are picking what they can from his corpse by means of new and terrifying war machines. I'd say all is lost, but Maxos insists you are to be the one, the hero, who will take back the land we've lost. Excuse me if I laugh in derision. Still, you are a dragon, I'll give you that, and of ancient blood. Prove to me you have the rocks to do undaunted battle, and perhaps my respect may still be yours.
All right, so who the hell are you?
Henry of the House of Lancefort. More you needn't know.
All right, tell me about the other general.
Edmund, he's called. A lizard of the House of Carcarus. In truth, I'd rather sleep with Syphilis incarnate than have him aboard.
All right.
But there's no denying his talent. He's as arrogant as he is astute, and as ingenious as he is insufferable. Why don't you offer him a word of welcome? I know I won't.
Where is he?
I believe he's in the bar. Probably searching for sherry. Just about the only drink that snooty serpent will swill.
Okay. So we've got Henry, who was a general for our father and clearly paid the price for his ineptitude, and just doesn't think very highly of what became of our dad. Which, you know what? Fair. He also seems kind of a drunkard. And then apparently we have this other general named Edmund, who is a lizardman, who is a tactical genius and isn't shy about flaunting it. So let's go talk to him. There he is.
And there we have it, I suppose. The dragon son of a monarch deposed. Rightful heir to the throne, even if he was born out of wedlock. No doubt that boar of a Henry has already introduced me in his ever-elegant way. So here I am. Lord Edmund Augustus III, Duke of Hawknest Hall. I'd add at your service, but I don't think we're quite there yet.
Wow, alright.
To be perfectly honest, I'd normally entertain the idea of lending my expertise to your cause as curtly as I'd consider attending a dwarven opera. But not unlike my fellow general, it is Maxos's backing of this enterprise that has me intrigued. You have doubts benefit, Dragon. Let's see how far it takes you.
I like the way their mouth moves. It feels engaging. It feels like I'm actually having a conversation, and it's really nicely done. I like that a lot, actually. Their idle animations are also fairly fun and silly. Alright, so he clearly doesn't want to be working with us, but it's Maxos's backing that has him interested, because a wizard picked a dragon to become emperor of a country. That's weird. Alright, so what's your take on the war, then?
Only that it was bound to happen. For when an emperor weakens, his empire weakens with him. Now a litter of dogs is fighting for the throne, so maybe their dragon half-brother can walk away with it.
I take it that you don't trust me.
When one dwells among the highest echelons of power, where ambition runs thicker than blood, distrust is your best friend, as is its brother, caution.
True.
In your case, though, the waters of misgiving run somewhat deeper. You are, after all, but a half-dragon.
What's that supposed to mean?
They call your kind dragon knights to lend an air of nobility to a lowly mixed breed.
Wow!
Not many make the distinction, even, but the crucial difference is impurity. Human ancestry taints your being, for humanity and weakness are two sides of the same tuppence I drop in beggars' hats.
Jesus, this guy's racist and classist.
A bastard twice are you, my
Oh,
lord.
Jesus.
Bastard born and bastard bred.
Alright. I get it. Okay. Jesus. Alright, let's go see Grumio in our research lab.
Greetings, sire, sprung from kings. I am Grumio, son of Gromio, an imp of good and honest standing. Your technician, shall I be, if it pleases you. Your engineer and architect.
I like the imps. They are so wonderfully eccentric.
I hope you'll like my jetpack. It is my gift to you, to keep without recompense, for gladly shall I remain aboard this wondrous ship to tinker and toy, hammer and hew. She is special, this vessel, filled with wonders undiscovered. The wizard, he feels it too. The taste, the tingle of mystery. Oh, to unlock its secrets.
Man, I just cannot take my eyes away from that one giant eye coming out of that monocle. Like, why? Why do you have it only on one eye? Like, just put them on both eyes. Just have goggles. Why only one eye? How bad is that one eye that you don't need it for the other eye? Or do you literally close that eye so you can, like, peer into the... Like, I don't get it. I can't stop looking at it. Alright, how come you know so much about all this technology stuff?
Well, my lord, when your good father and Maxos first started to conquer the world with their fancy machines, we Emps were mesmerised. None of us cared if we were being drafted into a strange warlord's empire, for if those were the weapons he wielded, we were all ready to welcome him with open arms. By golly, were we ever.
This sounds like the Mechanicus from Warhammer. It's like, the Emperor showed up and was like, oh, you're part of humanity now, obey me. And it's like, you have cool knickknacks. Sure. Yay, toasters.
Steam-driven giants on land, on sea, even in air. Oh, the ecstasy. Such wonders, such ingenuity, and jeepers, what cannons. Ever since then, some 30 years hence, us imps have dedicated our existence to the advancement of these delightful machines.
Alright, so they're inventors, and they forward the pursuit of knowledge at all costs. In fact, if it goes horribly wrong, all the better. Got it.
Now, before those blessed days arrived, people regarded us as eccentric gnomes taken to experimenting with flame, gas, and liquid like so many charlatan alchemists. But those days are over. We are scientists now, famed and fortuitous. And truth be told, though, we've never quite given up our love for all things combustible. Rather on the contrary. Not that you mind, do you, my lord?
So, yeah, these are the guys who would be like, ooh, we get to design a bigger bomb? Yes, please. Let's look at your research.
Forge like not even a dwarf can, my lord.
Okay, so these are the unit upgrades. I have a specific strategy that works well for me, because at the end of the day, the RTS strategy of the game is not terribly complex. It's sort of all boils down to a numbers game. It's a Zerg Rush versus Zerg Rush 90% of the time. And the only thing you really have to worry about is how good your Zergs are versus their Zergs, essentially. Personally, I have found that going with Hunter, which is a light, like a medium ground unit that's good against light ground units, if you can get them and then give them the anti-air upgrade so that they can attack both things on the land and the air, that usually will do it almost every time. And anything that can't destroy, you as the dragon can deal with yourself. They are good spam units. And since this is a numbers game 90% of the time, they work 90% of the time. And for everything else, there's a dragon. So we just gotta find pretty much everything that has the Hunter upgrade. Like this. And so this makes it so that it can become immune to invisible units, or it can unmask invisible units, which, great. And then there's an expert one. There it is. The expert one is the one that makes them anti-air as well. So they become anti-land and anti-air. And then... there we go. The Hunter Teleportation, which just makes them even better units to be spamming. Because now not only are they anti-air, anti-land, anti-invisible units, they can also teleport. So, yeah. I go the Hunter strat. It's easy. It works almost every time. And so that's what we're going to be doing. Everything else is sort of superfluous. But we're not going to spend our research points too much, because we also have to go to the Royal Chamber and do dragon upgrades. And those are very important because our dragon is pretty much our ace in the hole most of the time.
Never hesitate to seek my counsel, Dragon Knight. Tirelessly I study and question.
I love your
the
beard.
knowledge that my
Your beard is...
discoveries will make
I wish
you
I
the
could grow a
mightiest
beard like
dragon
that.
ever to have soared the skies. We too shall unite dragons daring with wizard's wisdom. Nothing shall stand in your way.
Alright, well, let's just start with looking at research before we actually talk to you, because that will move us forward in the story, and I wanna look at your upgrades first.
My privilege, Commander.
Alright, so new dragon skills can be unlocked by spending research points. The more countries you occupy, the more research points you receive. Some skills are grayed out. To unlock them, you need to progress in the story. So, as I said before, the way I tend to play is I do passives. I do passives, and then I will very specifically get the Devastation Breath, which is a passive that increases my primary damage, and Breaching Fire, which is a activatable breath that makes me do a whole bunch, that makes me do a bunch more damage to medium and heavy units. Because remember, the hunters that we're using are good against light infantry, and we can upgrade them to also be against anti-air and invisible units. But medium units like themselves and heavy units, they kind of have a problem with. Like, if you go hunter versus hunter, it's a stalemate, but if you go hunter against armorers, then the armorers are going to win. That's when you bring out the dragon with the Breaching Fire. And then you'll destroy the armorers while the hunters destroy everything else. And then way later on, you can get these big abilities, like Pillar of Flame and Eye of the Patriarch, which are essentially, I call down a massive explosion and nuke an entire area with Dragon's Breath, which is fantastic. So that's my basic strategy. It works most of the time. Again, it's a combination of two strategies that work most of the time to cover each other's bases. We also have Purifying Flame to actually heal our units. That works sometimes. It's not always worth it. If I have excess research, I will tend to get it. But early in the game, you're not going to have excess research, so nah. Instead, I'm going to go back to the lab, and I'm going to get that hunter upgrade. Hunter. There it is. Boop. There. And that'll be my first 20 points spent. Alright, let's continue the story now.
Praise be that I know more than 100 languages older than mankind itself. If not, these books would mean very little to me indeed.
Alright, tell me about War and Peace, Mexos. How did we get to where we are now?
That is quite a tale, my friend, so bear with me.
I got my water.
Since the dawn of time, beautiful Rivellon has been a stage of bitter rivalry, strife, and war. Haughty humans, all too lofty lizards, dogged dwarves, erratic elves, irrational imps, dogmatic undead, and yes, wayward wizards even, couldn't forego the time it takes for the moon to wax and wane.
Nice alliteration.
Fresh violence. Peace. The word itself hardly had a meaning. It was an abstract. Until after long and dark ages, 3 men decided they had had enough.
I wonder what the
I was
tattoos
one of
mean.
them. The other two were your father Sigurd, and an eccentric inventor known only, even by us, as the Architect.
Oh. The Architect sounds familiar from other Divinity things. I wonder if that's like a running thing for Divinity, that there's just a guy called the Architect who just invents crazy shit.
We knew war would continue everlasting.
Not that I've
unless
played too
one
many Divinity
king would
games,
stand
but
up, conquer all
I
feudal
played at least
factions,
one other one.
and unite the manifold battling races under the banner of a single world-spanning empire. Easier said than done was, I believe, our initial reaction. It was the Architect who provided us with the answer to the question how on earth we would go about enacting such an unparalleled enterprise. He said he had ways and means to provide your father, a battle-hardened warlord in his own right, with engines of war such as the world never saw.
Oh yeah, because that never, that never goes badly. Yeah, let's just invent things that the world has never, seen before, and then put them in the hands of a battle-hardened warlord and tell him to conquer the entire planet. That'll go great.
Technology. That was the solution. For if we could go to war with weapons so vastly superior as to be unstoppable, every opponent would have to yield before our onslaught. Where the Architect obtained his strange knowledge from, he never wished to reveal. But in truth, Sigurd and I cared little for his mysterious ways. For whatever the source, our plans worked like a charm. And in a matter of years, Rivellon was ours. Yes, we had done it. We had created our empire, and your father became its first and so far only ruler. For a few precious decades, peace had finally taken on a meaning. It was a bright flash, all too quickly extinguished along the tenebrous continuum of time.
Alright, so you guys built an empire. How did it fall?
Long have I asked myself that question. Yet the answer is as simple as it is obvious. Human nature. Love, jealousy, anger, grief. All of these emotions proved more fatal to the stability of peace than 100,000 war machines could.
Makes sense.
You see, Sigurd, the Architect, and I remained close friends after our quest had come to completion. But then, one fateful day, a woman of unequaled beauty arrived at court. After but a glance, there wasn't a man's heart in the room, not aching for even her mildest attention or a most fleeting caress. Your father, though married, courted her, as did the Architect.
All right.
For myself, I'd admit I'd given up the very secrets of magic in return for her love, but I knew rivalry could only lead to misery. And so it did. For bitter rivals my two friends became, and when in the end Sigurd was the one to win her affections, the Architect left the palace with such hatred in his eyes as to strike me as diabolical.
Yeah, don't fuck with the guy who makes your weapons. Even the Emperor knew that.
A year their secret liaison lasted.
Warhammer 40k
year,
Emperor.
Your father and beautiful Aurora were happy together. Then suddenly she died. And it took me a long time to find out she did so at the hand of the Architect.
No.
Sigurd never knew. He was destroyed by grief. The mighty warlord withered, and with him, the soul of his empire flickered like a candle in the breeze, until his own children blew it out forever and hacked to pieces the land that was to have been his legacy.
So, the woman who destroyed the Empire was our mom, and was actually a dragon. Great. Love that for us. So, yeah, what happened to the Architect? Killed our mom.
I promise I will tell you in due time. For now, I must keep silent. Please, don't press me any further on the subject.
Wow, alright. My father seems to be held in little regard by some on board the Raven. Why is that?
No one in Rivellon, save for you, Sigurd, the Architect, and I, know of Aurora and how her death affected your father. As far as most are concerned, he was a great hero who all too soon fell prey to indulgence, sloth, and alcohol, which lost him the affection of his children, and in time started the war.
How'd they keep that a secret, though?
They are wrong, but truth will be revealed one day. Rest assured that when we finish our conquest and I can spend some leisure time in peace, I will write his history, and yours too. Everyone shall know the tragedy that befell him, and how his son, by the woman he loved, rose to save an empire.
Alright, so what's our true end goal then?
In a few words, victory and destruction.
Great, alright.
First, we must vanquish all warring rivals for the throne. Then, we must undo the technology that enabled them to go to war in the
Yeah,
first place.
that's not gonna work.
We will rekindle the Empire of Peace your father founded, and be rid of the apparatus that might threaten it once more.
Yeah, I hate to tell you, the technology is kind of like Pandora's box. Once you open it, you're not gonna close it again. We have the technology now, and even if we dismantled it, there's gonna be some people who knew that it existed, and then they're just gonna recreate it. Like what you're asking the impossible, but whatever, you're a wizard. Maybe you've got like some sort of mind-altering wizardry or some shit that'll affect the entire world and make us forget that technology is a thing. I don't fucking know. Alright, so let's actually move forward in the game. During the strategy phase, build units and buildings, play cards, conquer countries, and expand your empire and its resources. Overthrow the enemy's capitals and win, and don't forget to defend your own. When you're finished playing your turn, press the end turn button. Hold the left mouse button and blah 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 blah. Yeah, I got it. So we've got the Lord's Lock Sea, we've got the Kraken Bay, and we've got the Sea of Sorrow up here. And the Endless Gray. These are all the territories. I'm just going to zoom in real quick so you can like get a better look at what these little symbols mean. These symbols, it's population of the territory, what race the population of that territory is, how much money that territory makes per turn, and how much research that territory makes per turn. Fairly simple to understand. So right now, all we own is Orca, which is an elvish land with a population of 4,200, gives us 4 money per turn and 1 science per turn. We have this one unit here, and this is our capital. If it's captured, if this area is captured, we instantly lose. But, by the same token, our enemy has the capital here, and if it gets captured, then they instantly lose. The little pink-purple section is our territory, because that's the color I chose. And red is the enemy territory. They already own quite a lot of these undead territory up here. And a couple of elvish territories here. So we've primarily got elvish territories down south and undead territories up north with a few intermingling areas as well. And an island. So then, under normal circumstances, it would behoove us to gain popularity with the elves and the undead, but we're not gonna play politics that way. We're not gonna pander to people. That would be silly. Trust us with your government. Anyway, we also have these neutral territories. I believe that if we capture it, then we get those units. We actually don't fight the neutral territories, but the first person to get the neutral territories automatically gets these things. So the better thing for us to do is, one, make sure that our capital always has some units there to defend it, but also to capture these neutral territories before pushing the enemy territories. So we're going to start with buying some units, some hunters. We only have 20 gold to start off with, so we can only afford 2 hunter units. But that's okay. This is our money, used money, and total money. Used population and total population. As we saw, the population of this area was 4,200. That is turned into a total population of 42. You get it? Makes sense? Alright, did you notice the undo button on the top in the upper right corner? Yeah, right here. So if we mess up during this portion, as long as we don't end turn first, we can redo whatever we choose to do. But we're just going to make some hunters, and we're going to move our troops here to capture this area. This is neutral territory. If you capture it, it immediately becomes yours, as do the country's units, should there be any. And then what I'm going to do is, actually, hold on. I'm going to undo that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send 2 here, and I'm going to send the rest. Oh, I can't send them up there. I thought I could. Never mind. Yeah, I can't. Fair enough. I thought I could send them in multiple directions. I mean, I could send 2 here and then send 2 up there, but no reason to. No reason to split up our forces if we don't need to. And we'll start with that. Alright, end turn. In this phase, you see the moves of your enemies, and you can, yeah. So we'll watch what the enemy's doing. They're building a factory there. They're moving their units. They're moving your units. Moving the units. They have a lot of units to move, and they're building even more. Oof. Oh shit! They captured that place with a transport vehicle. All right. Each country you conquer starts earning you gold. Additionally, the longer you hold a country, the better your defenses within that country will be. Each country is populated by certain species. Your current popularity among that species is shown in the bottom of the screen. The higher the popularity, the more support you receive in the land. The more support you enjoy, the larger your army. So yeah, if we were playing a pandering game and we wanted to increase our popularity among specific races, then we would be pandering to the elves first, and then also sort of mix in some undead pandering, because they're the 2 factions that are on this map. So the better we pander to them, the more war resources they'll give us. But why would we pander? but we don't need that. We're a dragon with tactics unseen by elves and undead. We don't really need to pander to them. Instead, we can have fantastic political debates. Alright, Riverland Times. The dead Emperor's bastard son gets wizard's backing. Why the war drags on. Surrender while you can, Commander. Enemy now transports troops overseas. Nobility does not imply noble. The dragon dabbles in blood magic. So yeah, once again, the Riverland Times will always see us in a negative light no matter what the hell we do. But we do get some modicum of news. Hey Ken, how's it going? How you doing? It's nice to see you. Always happy to have you here. We're playing Dragon Commander today. It's great fantasy politics. If you're ready for some fantasy politics, we're gonna have a good time. Dang, newspapers paid off by the competitors. So yeah, very, very quick summary of everything that's happened so far. We are the bastard son of the last emperor. We are a half-dragon. We have been recruited by the wizard Maxos to reconquer the empire that our legitimate, the legitimate children of the emperor fought amongst themselves in order to split apart. They've all gone insane, trying to war with each other with these crazy machines, and now we, as the bastard son, and the only one that didn't betray the previous emperor, needs to get them back, because all the previous children went insane and betrayed the emperor. We need to do politics in order to get the people on our side, or just to have fun political commentary, because that's fun. And the game does engage in very modern politics, and I say modern because it's the universal politics that we've had in real life. It is the same politics that we've had for the last 3,000 years. You know, things like gay marriage, the legalization of certain substances, blah, 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 blah. You get it. And so we'll get to hear the opinions of everybody, and then we'll thumbs up or thumbs down as the acting emperor. And then that will have consequences on the game board, which is sort of Risk mixed with RTS, with political consequences mixed in. And then, at the end of every turn, as I said, the Rivellon Times will always see us as the negative light. Always, no matter what. Because we're the Emperor, and everything we do is wrong. Because of course it is. No matter what our options are, no matter what happens, it'll always be seen negatively. That's the fun. So yeah, we've got the bar, where our generals will sometimes meet up, and we can talk to them, we can get closer to them, and if we successfully get closer to them, then their capability as generals will go up. If we antagonize them, or they lose faith in us as the Emperor, their capability will go down, or they might straight up abandon us. We also have our inventor, and we have Maxos in the research facility. Later on, we'll also gain access to the demon engine, because yes, there is a demon on board, and he will feed us secrets in return for demonic things. So, fantasy politics, real world politics, Risk, RTS. Slam them together, that's this game. I love it. Alright, so we've got Henry, who was the general for our father, the previous emperor's army, and he paid the price for it because he was kind of a shitty emperor. He used to be a hero. He used to be a great warlord, but he sacrificed everything for our mom, and then when she was killed by the architect, he went into a depression and became a terrible, terrible emperor, and everyone thinks that, no one really knows what happened to our mom, so they just think that he was just a terrible emperor who became overly indulgent in alcohol and depression and just was a terrible emperor. So Henry does not have a great first impression of us because we are the bastard son of a terrible emperor. And then Edmund is a lizardman noble who is a tactical genius. And the only reason he's here is because a wizard is backing a dragon to become emperor, and that's weird. That's interesting. And so he's here. But he considers us a bastard twice. A bastard born and a bastard bred. For we are both a half-dragon, and we are the bastard son of an emperor. We are an illegitimate child. So he's classist and racist. But he's a genius.
Yes, Commander?
What's your take on the war?
Hold your horses, Commander. We're barely out of the stables yet. Ask me again after we've conquered more than a couple of farmyards.
Alright, what do you think of the other general?
Which one do you have in mind?
Edmund.
He's a slimy kid who happens to excel at warfare. I once met a lizard who went to school with him when he was but fresh from the eggshell. Told me he'd always been like that. Smart as a whip, but a loner too. Hopelessly assured that he is better than everybody else, and has 10 brains for everyone that we have. Worst part is, he may well have. But don't you ever tell him I said that.
So yeah, he is just as smart as he thinks he is. Which is, it just makes everything that's shitty about him so much worse. And then Edmund.
Commander?
Care to share any insights about, Henry?
Anyone in specific? He is a bull that holds a general's rank, Commander. All
right.
balls and no brain.
All balls and no brain.
The efficacy of his methods. I'm told he wasn't always given to such impetuousness in his actions, but with the coming of that prosthetic arm of his came a change of character too. I'd conclude there's more to him than meets his good eye, were I not quite so certain his psychological depths run as shallow as a guppy pond.
Okay, so you actually have quite a few nice things to say about him, despite you being an absolute dickhead about it. So he's reckless on the battlefield, but there's more to him than meets the eye. High praise, considering Edmund. Alright, we've also got the engineering bay, which has our inventor Grumio, who is awesome, and the imps are great. I love the imps.
It's wondrous, my lord. Wondrous. The raven, she speaks to me in my dreams. She tells me fantastic things, newfangled and new formed. I can make them all for you if you provide the right resources.
The Raven is the ship that we're on. It's being powered by a demon. So, the demon is whispering to our inventor and telling him things to invent, which, that can only go well.
Indeed she does, my lord. A soft voice sings inside my head, but only when I'm in the land of eyes shut and mind at rest. There, she guides me to glory. Shows me things not even wizards could dream of.
Our goal is to win the war and then destroy all the things that you've created. You do know that, right?
Yes, but don't remind me. My heart bleeds just thinking about it. Oh, but I must be like a chef, don't I? I must create delicate wonders, impeccable blends of perfection in the knowledge they must all turn into wretched clumps of waste destined for the sewer. It's a thankless thing I do, but I must remind myself the fun lies in creation, not completion. Can't be helped, my lord.
Yeah, so Maxos believes that once we're done conquering everything, he can just get rid of all the technology and then the world will be at peace. Don't believe it. I'm pretty sure that's never gonna work. But far be it from me to question a wizard. Alright, we got some cards as well. We should probably look at those. And let's affect the battlefield. You've acquired a transport. You can now load units onto the transport. Okay, so yeah, the transport will allow us to go across the seas and blah, 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 blah. The transports can actually move 2 movement units instead of just 1. These troopers can. The hunters also can move 2 units. That's why I was confused last turn. I thought every unit could go 2, but no, it's just the hunters and the transports. But let's look at these cards. So the cards will do things. It's like any board game. You get these little cards that mess with the battlefield, you know? So these give us temporary powers in fights that'll be useful in the early game. We've got a temporary increase in revenue for ourselves and a temporary decrease in population for our enemies and temporary access to certain units, which will be good for early game fights if we're outnumbered to start with. Because again, unfortunately, the RTS of this game is fairly shallow, and it all kind of devolves into a numbers game at the end of the day. And that's why focusing on hunters is my strategy. These will get used if we are undermanned to start the game off with. Because once we actually get into the game, we actually have to build up the buildings and then make the units before we can Zerg rush the enemy. And we have to do that before the enemy Zerg rushes us. But for now, let's just send these hunters that we got to attack here. We'll send our troopers as well to overwhelm them. And we'll also increase our money. Our capital gives us the most money. There we go. And then we will slap this war factory that they put right on our border with a lower population. And that will be our turn. They're building up stuff to progress forward. Oh god, they're building a bunch of units to defend that place. Alright, this is an overview of where fights are going to happen. We get tactical insights before the fight commences. Alright, so there's only one fight happening on the map, and it's right there. We have a 49% chance to win. We have a 50% public opinion because we haven't had any opportunities to make any decisions yet. Okay, Decide who will lead the combat. Select the dragon if you want to do it yourself, or you can also give it to our commanders. We can also put cards into play. So because they rapidly escalated here, let's go ahead and do the same for ourselves. And we will command the battle personally. Let's build our powers here. I'm going to move all of my passives down here. We've got just these abilities right now. And we started off with Acid Blaze, which makes it so that our Fiery Breath will do DOT damage on top of everything. It's very good against physical units. It's not terribly good against buildings, but that's okay. We can use that to get rid of enemy numbers. The hardest part of this game is actually commanding your army in dragon mode because you use different keys, and that's really, really hard to do. So ideally, you would organize your plan first, and then you would turn dragon mode and just like cover your armies so that you don't have to do any of that. Alright, I'm not going to bother with these tutorials. I know how to play. These squares are where we build our buildings. We want to build war factories so that we can make more hunters, which are these. These will be our key units pretty much for the entirety of the game, and we will be upgrading them as we go. These circular spots are for making anti-ground turrets. Later on, we'll be able to develop anti-air turrets as well. And that's our capital building, where we gain population, which we use as our resource. Around the map, there are other such building spots. These are naval construction sites for making naval units. And then there's these little outposts where we can capture and push forward as forward bases. And the enemy is pretty much just doing the same. And the key to victory is having more population than the enemy, because if we have overwhelming numbers, the enemy will just start giving up.
Construction underway, Commander. There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir.
And vice versa happens as well. So if we do not keep our population high versus their population, we'll just start giving up. And that is the worst way to lose. I hate that so much.
Even dying people. Sure, there's an interesting case. All right.
Alright, so shamans are semi-air units.
Let's get this dance of death started. Wall factory completed.
They're more used for helping, not really for doing much. Alright, this symbol means that the dragon is ready to spawn, but I'm going to
Your unit will soon be ready.
set those ready, and then I will spawn the dragon. There. And I will start destroying their army to get rid of this deficit we have up there. Now, they start off with the ability to make these anti-air turrets, which is a massive pain. And it costs 20 resources every time we want to spawn our dragon. So the best thing for us to do is just to cause as much damage as we can while our units are being built. And then, rather than let ourselves die to anything, we will purposefully unsummon ourselves, which will decrease our cooldown for coming back again.
It'll be built in a jiffy. We had better be on the lookout for enemy grenadiers, Commander.
Make sense so far? It sounds more complicated than it is. At the end of the day, it's create spam army, send spam army. If spam army isn't doing well, you destroy with dragon. So early on, you can't solo everything as the dragon. Oh yeah, realistically, yeah, no, you can't solo everything with the dragon. In fact, you need to make sure that you have an army on the ground, pretty much no matter what, because even if you can solo everything with your dragon, if their population goes over your population to a substantial degree up here, like I said, you'll just start giving up, even though you're winning with the dragon. So you need to make sure you have an army on the ground at all times, or else. And as you see here, this number is going down. That's our total population. If that reaches 0, we just won't get any more recruits to make an army with. And the enemy does not have that problem. The enemy just has infinite resources to eventually win with. So you need to make sure that you destroy them before you run out of resources. So you're on a timer, and our enemy isn't. And making these recruit citadels will increase the rate at which we get those units turned into usable units. So I'm going to capture this forward base.
Construction in progress.
You found me, did you?
It'll be built in a jiffy.
Make sure it's nice and defended. And see, they've got all these anti-air turrets set up already. Big pain in the butt. Are there ways you can replenish population? No. Not in the middle of combat. Once combat's over, yes. The numbers can replenish. But in combat, no. We are on a time limit. Quite literally.
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
You're blowing my cover.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander.
Alright, once we get back up to 20 pop, I'm going to send these guys to attack, and then I'm also going to attack in dragon form.
You found me, did you?
Alright.
Show me
Attack
my prey.
there. Dragon form. And I'm going to follow behind them so that they can destroy those turrets, and I can destroy the units behind. Ow! Never mind, I didn't know that they could hit me from quite so far away.
Hunt is off the leash.
Meanwhile, I have to get real close to hit these things. I'm just gonna stop this army from advancing and getting close. Oh god, they've got anti-air units. That's irritating. Ow, 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 ow! Thankfully, I did some damage.
Picking up their scent.
And we can start making more units to send at them.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. It'll be built in a jiffy.
You found me, did you?
Ah! Or what are the benefits of capturing cities on the map? Basically to push forward on the base, and these recruitment citadels increase that number faster. So if we don't have these buildings, that number just won't go up, and we won't have any units.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. War factory
So we're converting our population into recruits about as fast as we can when we capture more areas. And so yeah, right now our capabilities as a dragon are fairly limited.
Hunter
But
on the prowl.
as the game progresses, we get more research points, we get better at doing everything.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Our real strength comes in getting rid of enemy units for our army. We are painfully bad at destroying buildings right now. Later on, I'll get a breath upgrade that allows me to destroy buildings better. Right now, we are really just anti-unit. Because every time we hit something, our health restores a little bit.
The one being hunted here.
So right now, we're anti-unit while we have to kind of rely on our hunters to destroy everything for us.
You won't even see me coming. Sound the trumpets, hunters here.
But as time continues, our hunters will get stronger, and we as a dragon will get stronger. Ah!
You found me, did you?
And like I said, ultimately, it's a numbers game.
Hunters off the leash.
Their numbers get smaller, our units stay as plentiful as it can because a dragon is helping them. We end up winning.
Like the wind.
Construction underway, Commander. Built in a jiffy.
Alright, we've captured this base.
Construction in progress. Shall be built in a jiffy. Construction in progress.
Sound the trumpets, hunters here.
Captured.
Construction underway, Commander. Anti-ground turret completed. Anti-ground turret completed.
And now we just need to
Anti-ground
wait for these
turret
turrets to be done, build this building,
turret completed.
and now we can advance towards their final little base.
Deploying my cover.
And honestly, I'll be real, while there's lots of units in this game and lots of things you can do, such as making sky units, making invisible units, making sea units, the game kind of just evolves into this one strategy. That's why I was saying the RTS aspect of this is fairly limited. The better part of this game is the politics, which we'll get to. I promise.
War factory completed.
And I'm gonna remind people again to put on their big boy pants when it comes to talking about politics. Go, my units, go! Destroy! I will follow behind as a large dragon. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow! Ow! Give me health! Give me health! Ah! Yeah, you restore health a little bit whenever you attack things as a dragon, which can sometimes help, but meh. We win anyway.
Float like a butterfly.
Yay! Yeah, see, that's what I mean by just giving up. And that's not a choice. That's not something the computer chose to do. If you just get too low on the bar up there, you just give up after a while. I just attacked them way too fast for the give up screen to register. Like, look at that immediate plummet. If it had gone down at the same pace that this went up, they probably would have actually given up around the here mark. Buildings in various countries earn you strategic advantages. You can only have one building per country, so choose carefully what to build, where to build it. Alright. Rivellon Times. The Emperor mismanaging troops. Soldiers told to be pillaging and raping as if it was still the Dark Ages. Torn between man and dragon. The Emperor's dark secrets and white lies. By the way, ads are coming up. Sorry. Rip over half the population of that region. Yeah, right. Don't worry, they'll recover.
Dragon, glorious warlord. Once more you return from the battlefield red with the blood of slain adversaries. And let me tell you,
I've never heard it
these
said that way
victories of
before.
yours have not gone by unnoticed.
Adversaries.
In fact, to my great satisfaction, another pair of dauntless generals has joined our company.
Ah, sweet. We got more generals to talk to.
4 military masterminds are now on board. More than enough to start a campaign of conquest on a truly grand scale. No doubt you're as anxious to meet them as they are to meet you. So why don't you go to the throne room, where I've instructed them to await your arrival.
Alright, between you, me, Grumio, and my generals, is my cabinet now complete?
Heavens no. You have the military firmly on your side. But civil emissaries too are bound to join our cause in due time. Indeed, I expect you'll be declared emperor before long.
Yeah, that'll be when the game really starts.
Yes, you heard me correctly. Emperor. It is inevitable. People have heard of you. The dragon. Their one hope of deliverance from war, oppression, and death. Soon hope will turn into confidence. And when ambassadors of the civilized races flock to the Raven, your political career will commence. You yourself will of course represent all humans. But the dwarves, elves, lizards, imps, and undead will want their say as well. And more. Still, let us worry about politics later. Today, it is your generals that count.
Okie doke. Let's go meet our generals. Actually, let's wait for the ad to... Let's be nice, wait for the ad to go. And then, yeah. Instead, there's something going on at the engineering bay. Let's go check that out. What's up?
Romeo, son of Gromeo, at your service, my lord. Righto, my...
Oh, we just have new things to buy. We unfortunately don't have enough research points, though. We gotta build like a lab or something to like get more of these research points, because we need to upgrade our hunters pretty much as quickly as we can. Oh, we need to actually progress further in the story for some of these, so... it's fine, actually. But we do still need more research to get our dragon powers upgraded.
Each night, it shall be my...
Yeah. Because, yeah, I want to get... where is it? I want to get Salvacious for self-healing. I want to get... Hold on. Where is it? Well, there's Breaching Fire. I do want that one. I want Devastation. I want Scales of Steel. I thought there was something else. I mean, I want these as well because they're big nuke abilities, but Alright, let's go meet our generals now that the ad's over. Welcome back, everybody. To the throne room!
My Lord Dragon, allow me to present your team of generals. Edmund you already know, but I now have the pleasure of introducing you to Her Highness Lady Catherine, Queen of Westbridge, and Scarlet, not noble of birth, but the more so of heart. We four have pledged we will stand by you in your conquest as the rightful heir to Revlon's throne. Bastard no longer, you shall be known as Commander, until the day comes that you shall be king. All hail the dragon.
Hail!
Hail!
Yes, well, hail.
Okay, so now we have our 4 generals. Henry, we already know. We already talked about him. He was the general for the previous emperor. He lost his arm trying to defend him, and it didn't go well. And now he doesn't think highly of us, and he's kind of a bullheaded general who is, like Edmund says, all balls and no brain. He is a raging bull, essentially. We have Edmund, who is a classist and a racist, but he is a genius who is not just tactically, but in all forms, 10 times smarter than anyone else on board. But he's also a classist and a racist. And now we have Lady Catherine and Lady Scarlet. Just by looking at them, I think you kind of get it. I don't think it really needs to be said too much, but Lady Catherine is the toxic feminist archetype, whereas Scarlet is the party girl archetype. There is more to her story, but I don't want to spoil it too much.
I would say it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Commander, but as it stands, I must approach you with a bit of reserve. True, to know we have a Dragon Knight for a leader is a great relief, for such a grand creature inspires bravado in the many hearts that will have to be won so that we may overthrow the spreading dark.
But
then again, you are the offspring, the male offspring to boot, of a sorry line prone to decadence and corruption. The very line, in fact, that is responsible for the downfall of the Empire in the first place. Forgive me then if I do wonder, will this commander pass muster? Earn his wings? Earn his crown?
why put an emphasis on male offspring?
Because they call us females the fairer sex. But in truth, we are also more cunning, resilient, refined, and downright intelligent. Give an empire a queen, I say, and it will be ruled. Give it a king, and it will become an afterthought. For like any man, he is content when both his belly and his bed are filled with a prize piece of tender flesh. No more.
Yeesh.
Men are simple creatures, Commander, and should therefore be in charge of simple things only.
Yeah. Next.
How's it hanging, Commander? I'm Scarlet, and you're a dragon, they tell me. Always wanted to ride one of those, though I bet you're a little harder to handle than a horse. All part of the fun, though, I reckon, so give me a shout when I can take you for a spin.
Feisty, aren't you?
Treat me mean, I'll scratch your eyes out. Treat me well, and I'll purr like a kitten. Your choice, Commander.
So there are generals. Fun. And like I said, if you go down each of their storylines, if you earn their favor, if you do well, then they'll become better generals. And they'll lead your armies better. So, if you ever have to fight on multiple fronts, you have to put one of them in charge. And each of them have different tactical specialties in what they do. And, yeah, if you don't manage them well, if you don't do well in the campaign, and you treat them like shit, then they will do worse. And they may even eventually leave you. So, you know, don't misuse your generals, even though they are quite a ragtag bunch. Alright, let's go to the board. Alright, so we've got some money now. Let's build something here. I want to build a research facility. Yeah, give us more research points. Because we are hurting for research. Although, technically speaking, we can't, like, actually research too much. So a gold mine might actually be better. How much gold are we making here? We're making 3 gold per turn at this place. We're making 3 gold per turn over here, too. We've got a war factory, so maybe putting another, putting a gold mine here might actually be better because it'll, double our gold gain from this place, which would make it essentially a breadbasket place, because it'll make us even more money than our capital will. And that sounds good. Yeah, make us a breadbasket. If you don't know that terminology, a breadbasket area is essentially an area that makes a lot of money for the country. It can also be used as a way to make a lot of food for the area, but that sort of goes hand in hand. Alright, so let's put our troops on the transport. Oh, I don't have 2... I don't have 2 movement. God damn it. I'll do it next turn then. I'm going to put the troops on the transport and I'm going to send them over here to get that academy. Let's get my hunters going this way. And adding themselves to our main forces here. And we'll make ourselves some more hunters. And that will be our turn, I think. So yeah, I essentially want to make sure that I completely take control of the south before I push my way north. Fairly simple to understand strategy. I do also need to make sure that all my places are somewhat defended, so honestly speaking, I should have left some troopers back. But, I think it'll be fine. Here, they only cost 3. I'll go ahead and buy a trooper. Just 1 trooper. Just to, like, hold the place so that there's actually a fight that goes on there if they try to invade. I should ideally put hunters there and keep hunters everywhere, but it's early days. We don't make that much money. All right. The Rivellon Times. Famed generals flock to the banner of the bastard. All quiet on the front. The Emperor's dark secrets and white lies. All right, so yeah, we didn't do that much on that turn, so. All right, units in the transport. Transport goes over here. Unload the transport. So we'll capture that place. Yay. Alright, let's send our hunters to attack Romantel. Also, if we zoom in over here, Firenturel is where we fought that fight, and you see the population is wild right now. It is slowly returning to what it used to be. I forget what it was initially, but every turn, if you look there, it says at the bottom there, down here, it says that at the end of this turn it will increase by 990. So it is very quickly returning to where it was. Alright, so we've got that place being captured. Let's send not all of our troops, but like 4 of our troops up here. And then let's just build 1 hunter, because we want to start building up some gold. Alright, captured that place. They're building a bunch of units. And we've got just the fight there. Excellent. So, as we see here, we can pay our generals to fight here if we want to not do it ourselves, or we could just leave the army to its fate and do whatever. But you shouldn't trust this. It's like, oh, there's a 56% chance to win, and if we pay one of these guys, it becomes even greater, right? Well, no, because after we hit the ready button, that's when the enemy is allowed to choose cards and shit. So do not trust this screen at all. It is a lie. I don't think we need to use any dragon powers, though. I think we are good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. All right, into the next fight. All right, so just like before, we're going to build ourselves a war factory as soon as we can. We're going to go ahead and send a few of our units back here to capture this area, because we've sort of spawned in the middle here for some reason.
Will be built in a jiffy. Construction in progress.
Build some turrets. Make sure that this area is somewhat defended, because they've already got units moving over there.
Like the wind.
Will be built in a jiffy. Anti-ground turret.
And at the start, you see here, we have to wait for quite a while for our first dragon to show up.
On the trail. You set the trap, I'll make the kill.
Alright, we've got our turrets up and running. That should defend this place fairly well against these things.
Enemy troopers can now capture our buildings.
Oh yeah, the enemy does upgrades and stuff, and the guy, if you heard just there, will alert us whenever new technology is being revealed by our enemy. So yeah, their enemy troops can forcefully capture our areas, even while there's already buildings there. So we gotta watch out for that.
Construction underway, Commander.
Alright, we've got this thing already capturing these buildings. Let's bring them back up to the forefront, because we are losing units.
Progress.
Get us out of here, Commander.
Don't be such a baby.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Construction in progress.
Alright, buildings are being built.
You found me, did you?
These guys are back.
Anti-ground turret completed. Recruitment
They've
set.
only captured this area, and it's only defended by anti-air. So really, my dragon isn't going to be terribly useful right now.
War factory completed. Anti-ground turret completed. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
Float like a butterfly.
But let's go ahead and send them out to attack these anti-air turrets.
Hunters off the leash.
Like you saw, the enemy really only has one strategy, which is to Zerg rush. That's really all it knows how to do. And then, like, create a defensive point to eventually Zerg rush us again. That's what it does. So surviving the initial assault is usually the hardest part of any fight. And that's done with the initial units that you bring in with you. Yeah, see? Dragon, not terribly useful.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Unit is being manufactured, Commander.
Picking up their scent. On the trail.
No healing units for you! No healing units for you!
Hunters off the leash.
And I'm gonna burn down this forest for good measure.
I've got license to kill.
There, and we won. Nice, simple, quick fight. Yay! And that's why I use hunters. All right. The Rivellon Times. The brutal clash of war and modern civilization. A reporter's ongoing investigation on genocide. A warlock turned me into a newt once. An editorial on the enemy principle of accidental research. Is the Emperor one part of a twin? The scandal. Alright, every decision you make regarding your council, your generals, and your queen will have consequences. Decisions will generate cards and or gameplay disadvantages, and furthermore influence your personal stories of generals and queens.
Ah, Commander. No doubt you've had an eventful and successful day so far. But don't rest on your laurels just yet. For I'm here to inform you the councillors have arrived.
Oh boy,
Ambassadors of the
it's
races
time
who
for
you will have to
politics.
duel and deal with
My
political
favorite part of the
arena.
game.
Such is both the prerogative and the burden of an emperor to be.
Uh-huh.
You may think your first duty is that of conquest, to bring the war to as swift an end as possible. But I'm afraid there is much more to being a monarch than military matters alone. As a commander, as an emperor, you'll have to constantly endeavor to find that delicate balance between your roles as strategist and statesman, for the one necessarily influences the other.
Okay.
Now, you may consider it strange that some will worry about the price of bread, and others will gripe about taxes, when all around us, machines of war threaten the existence of the very realm. But if you give it a moment's further thought, this is only logical.
Yeah, that's just how the world is.
We may find ourselves trapped amid a conflict of gargantuan proportions. But that does not mean the average man worries most about feeding his family, about the little things that make for a happy life. And when you have been given an empire, Commander, you have to be responsible for every matter, every obstacle, every creature, great and small. This may seem daunting, but I have never, and never will doubt for even an instant, that you, of all people, will rise to the occasion. Your counselors await you in the throne room, Commander. Godspeed.
All right, are you ready for the politics? I am. Let's go.
Aha! Shush, everyone, shush! Here comes the long-awaited commander. The dragon that would deliver us from vile usurpers. The one deserving heir to Rivellon's throne. Let me cut right to the chase, Commander, for I'm not a man who takes pride in his words, but in his pragmatism, rather. The entire realm is under siege, and the free peoples left need a strong leader. One who inspires.
Where have we heard that before?
You see, there may be a war going on, Commander, but that doesn't mean you don't have a realm to rule. Oftentimes, political concerns will take precedence over military ones, no matter how trivial they may sometimes seem in these dark times. As much as possible, where your rule has been established, everyday life must continue like it would in times of peace, and everyday life concerns itself with everyday worries. The people will look to you for guidance in these matters. We, as their representatives, have witnessed your triumphs with mounting awe, and have agreed you are to be the one, the hero, who shall both restore the kingdom and recommence the workings of government.
Oh boy, the
I
workings of
declare
government.
you Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor.
All right, from now on, these counselors will bring before you various political problems. If you do not make a decision, the majority vote will always carry the motion. Yeah, we're always going to make a decision. Come on. Okay, so a very quick overview of who everybody is. I'm sure everyone's going to introduce themselves, and we'll talk about that when they do. But as a very, very quick overview, the undead are the highly religious zealots. They care about religion and faith over all. Anything that has to do with religious faith, religious practices, the obedience and faith and chastity of the people, that's what they care about. And it makes sense. They're undead. Like they view themselves as proof of a greater deity by their very existence. Where have you heard that before? The elves are the progressive freethinkers. They are essentially the left in this game. They are all about the taking care of and freedoms of the people to express themselves emotionally. As well as, you know, the legalization of drugs and substances, the inclusion of all, the breaking down of borders, etc., etc., etc. You know, they're the left. You get it. And then, by great contrast, the dwarves are the right. Not the alt-right that we've seen in recently, but the traditional right. The businessman, the money interest, the home and hearth, the that sort of thing. They care about home, they care about hearth, they care about business. And preserving the wealth interest of the country. That's them. And as such, pretty much anything that the elves think up, they are against. just on principle. And vice versa. Anytime the dwarves come up with something, the elves are against it. Just on principle. It's like, oh, an elf thought of it? Oh, it must be nonsense. Oh, a dwarf thought of it? Ah, it must be nonsense. The lizardmen are all about the moderates. They're essentially republic libertarians. They are all about being logical, the center, and they actually don't like the fact that we're an empire to begin with. They think that the power should be in the hands of the people, and that the people should the people should answer to a republic, and the republic should control things. That's what they think. And then finally, we have the imps. I talked about the imps earlier. They are the eccentric scientists. They don't care what it is. They just want to build and create and destroy and then build it bigger and better. They want to create, destroy, and then create again. They just want to make things. They're all about scientific furthering. They are the Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye like character, where it's like, oh, it doesn't matter what it is, science first. Whatever the science says, no matter what the science says, if it's science, that's the thing we go for. And those are our essentially, they're the political sides that we have to listen to for every debate of every political issue. And then once we listen to their other sides, then we come to a decision. And I love it. It's so much fun. Alright, so now we're going to get their introduction, and they'll essentially say the same thing I just said, but in their own words.
May the Seven be praised now that we have found our champion and our emperor. May the fire of the dragon obliterate every heretic in its way. May the light of the gods illuminate your soul.
For the Emperor! You hold the gods in high regard, it seems.
The highest. We are the chosen of the Seven, Commander. We are those that have known death, have walked its black shores, but then have been restored to life. You think you are alive now, Commander, but you are not. You are but in the phase of flesh. Yet if you are devout and sweat in service of the Seven, you too, after the Dark Mother has lulled you to sleep, may be plucked from the dales of shadow and given the perpetuity of the bone. Do well by the gods, Commander, and you'll do well by us, as well as all in the realm. We have many proposals to that effect, which I will bring before you in due time. So say I, Yorick, humble servant of the Seven.
Alright, so, his name is Yorick, religious zealot. You get it. He reminds me a lot of the religious organization in Game of Thrones. Or, honestly, if you're into Warhammer 40k and you don't consider they're any religious person. I mean, come on, they're the religious people in real life. They act exactly like that. Yeah, to the fullest extreme, you know what I mean?
Honored to meet you, Commander. I am Oberon, envoy of the elves, ambassador of the beasts, spokesman of plants. Here in the hope that our new emperor will treat majestic Rivellon
Coughing over there.
with the reverence she deserves, even in these times of frightful war.
Alright, so what makes elves tick?
Well, Commander, if elves were the only race to have become what they misnomer civilized, this globe and all upon it would exist in a paradise of such perfection, the gods need not create for us a heaven. Such, alas, is the fiction, not the reality.
Yeah, alright.
Others, less scrupulous in the handling of natural beauty, have risen to prominence. They hack and mine, blast, drain, and usurp. As much as we can, we condemn and attempt to stop their misguided endeavors. We are the Green Mothers, unwavering paladins, and it is our fondest desire you, Commander, will join our ranks. Defend nature, and defend the little man, for they will in turn defend you. A happy people, one with the wilds, will fight for its country with redoubled zeal. To that effect, I hope we'll have your backing.
So yeah. They're like, oh, if we were the people who are always in charge, then everything would be perfect. Everything would be a paradise. And then they finally get in charge, and then it's pretty much the same as it always is, because of course it is.
Isn't this a world gone topsy-turvy? I've declared you Emperor, and you don't even know my name. Sir Falstaff Silvervein, Commander. Born and bred neath the Emerald Mountains. There. Now that we've been acquainted, I do declare it's time for a beer.
There! I told you my name. Let's drink. Tell me more about dwarves.
A prouder folk you'll ne'er meet, Commander, nor a more robust one. Best allies an aspiring king can have, for our love of gold and all things precious is legendary, and gold is what an emperor needs if it be conquest that takes his fancy. So listen when I give advice, for your economy will prosper by it. Liquid gold, of course, is another of our pride and joys.
Immediately goes for the belly.
For ale or sparkle, we'd go to war. But our families, above all, Commander, are holy. Those manifold kernels that band together, and like the rings that form a chain mail, shape a society that is stout and steadfast. Yes, dwarven families grow as plenty as the grain on 1,000 wheat fields. And just like grain, it is from them that we derive the bread that nourishes civilization, and the beer that quenches its thirst.
So yeah. Food, family, gold. Alright, lizards!
By the powers vested in me by the great lizard lords, I, Prospera, endorse your newfound emperorship. Oh, sorely we are in need of a dragon commander.
Tell me more about your kind.
We are not a people that make great demands, Commander. We simply hold many a thing dear without succumbing to the excess of it. The dwarves revere their gold to such an extent it becomes a fetish. Elves abide so strictly by nature they become her slaves. We like gold, for it is an economical mast. We like nature, for she sustains us. Yet none of the two we idolize. Reason and liberty, those are our bywords. Territories we defend valiantly. Territories, alas, easily encroached upon, for emperors tend to curtail them. Our ideal is therefore not a monarchy, but a republic. Think on that, Commander, as you pursue the throne.
See, one of the things that she always asks in these games is, you know what? What if, after you finish conquering everything as the Emperor, you turn the Empire into a republic? Because we think that that's better than an empire. And I think just by the... Just because we are Emperor, we kind of have to say no to that every time. It's like, obviously no. What? Alright, imps.
By Grumio's gadgets, it's a pleasure indeed to shake hands with you, Commander. Your technician is my nephew, don't you know? And I am Trunculo Shortfuse, son of Trunculo Even Shorter Fuse. Play the dragon.
Trunculo Short Fuse, son of Trunculo Even Shorter Fuse. Alright, what do imps bring to the table?
Ha! You want gizmos? You want imps. You want the unthinkable? You want imps. You want great, big, loud, bright fire explosions? Lords above, it's imps you want. We live for all that is new and shiny. The old, we blow it up. The new, we study it for a while before we blow it up. Why? Because there's always something even newer waiting around the corner. Science, Great Dragon, never sits still. Try, investigate, experiment. And with a bit of luck, boom! Ha ha ha! A bigger bang than ever. On a more serious note though, Commander, science is indeed our passion. And we hope that under your rule, we will be free to explore its limits. Damn the gods, for there are none, and damn petty morality, for it is a brake on progress. Back us, and we'll craft you miracles.
See, that's the line that intrigues me the most. Damn the gods, for there are none, and damn petty morality, for it is a brake on progress. Back us, and we will craft you miracles. Like, that line goes surprisingly hard. And it makes sense that he would be on the complete opposite side from Yorick, because Yorick is the religious fanatic. So of course he's all the way on the other side. Meanwhile, these three are the actual, like, normal political spectrum. And then we just got these two that are like, faith and blood and death and bones. And then, there are no gods, there is only science. And then we have normal politicians. Alright, so from now on, at the end of every turn, we have a chance of getting a political issue that will mess with the board. We also have some science. I think we can now start getting more science-y stuff. Is there something we want here? No, that costs 20. And that's the only one we want, but we need to progress further in the story. Alright. So, we got no exclamation marks down here. Let's go to the war effort. Alright. So what do we think about our dudes? What do we think about our various political aides, I suppose you would call them? We captured there, we captured there. I don't really want to push yet, so let's just build up our defenses a little bit. We need to defend this area and this area a little bit more. So why don't we put 2 hunters here. Put 2 hunters there, and then build ourselves another hunter here. So that way all these areas have 2 hunters, which should be enough to do some basic survival if we get attacked. And then we've got these guys here, and that should provide us with a decent choke point, because it doesn't look like they have any transport ship. Oh, they got one transport ship, but it's way the hell up there. So they would need to craft a new transport ship if they want to invade in that direction. There's a transport here, but hopefully that won't cause us any issues before we can invade ourselves with our transport. So as long as they don't craft any transports up here, or that one doesn't move, we should be good to keep this place as a land war. And if we keep this place as a land war, we have a decent chance of just mowing the place down with a bunch of hunters. Alright, that'll do. Alright, they are very quickly building up an army, I assume to invade at some point. Alright. The Dragon Knight declared Emperor! Winged love child is Empire's last hope! The dragon takes a breather, scorching pics inside. Emperor pregnant? So far, the total casualties of war is 2,780. Oh, we've got 2 events going on. We got one in the bar and one in the throne room, and Edmund has come all the way up to talk to us. What's up, Edmund?
What a sorry excuse for a general Henry is. Drunk as a dwarf again, going on and on about his lost arm. The more liquor disappears down his throat, the more he can still feel it. Wish he had a phantom tongue instead of a phantom limb. The place would be so much quieter.
Oh no, Henry is drinking and sad about his lost arm. Alright, let's go deal with that. Oh, and it looks like our other generals have things to say too. Well, let's talk to them first. Let's talk to Scarlet back there.
Sup, Commander?
What do you say? Shall we be victorious in the end?
It's hard to say, isn't it? I'd say no, but with a dragon on our side, who knows?
All right, how do you feel about your other general friends?
About whom, Commander?
What about Catherine?
Bit stuck up, ain't she? That's what a royal title will do to you. She used to be a proper queen and everything, with an entire country at her beck and call. How the mighty have fallen, eh? Me? I don't care for any of that rot. You got nothing. You got nothing to lose.
So so Catherine used to be a queen and she lost it all. That's why she's so incredibly pompous. I bet she lost it to a man too, just like twist the knife.
About whom, Commander?
Alright, what do you think about Edmund?
Shifty son of a bitch, isn't he? Acts all high and mighty all the time, calling imps idiots, dwarfs dullards, that sort of thing. Makes you wonder if there's a single thing he's not intolerant of.
Yeah. Alright, what about Henry?
Excellent chap, that one. Likes his jokes dirty and his liquor plenty. 2 peas in a pod, me and him. Well, on and off, that is. Can fight like a demon unleashed as well. Best to have him on our side.
Okay, so Scarlet likes Henry, really doesn't like Edmund, and kind of just meh about Catherine. Hi, Catherine.
What would you inquire of me, Commander?
I want to hear your opinion on the other generals.
Anyone in particular?
How do you feel about Scarlet?
She could stand to be a bit more ladylike in her ways, and many consider her resistance to authority counterproductive in a military setting. But she's wily as a wizard, and tough as mithril nails. Don't ask me why, but I have the feeling she's a troubled girl somehow. A girl, yes. Hardly a woman as yet. None of my business, of course. She is here, and she's willing to fight for Rivellon. That's all that really matters.
Ooh, gossip. Alright, what do you think about Edmund?
Anyone in particular?
I know how you feel about Henry, but how do you feel about Edmund?
He's in a class of his own, there's no doubt about it. A brilliant mind, but in my opinion, a flawed one as well. He styles himself as superior to everyone else, and that would be just fine if he weren't a man. Or a bigot.
Wow. It's like, oh, he's better than everybody else. If he were a woman, that would be totally reasonable and acceptable. But he's not. Wow, what a dick. Alright.
I have many friends and enemies that are dwarves or elves or imps, and never have I seen evidence the one is inherently more smart or stupid than the other. In Edmund's mind, though, we are all on par with cattle, which is simply infuriating.
Alright, we know how you feel about Henry, but say it anyway.
Anyone in particular? General Henry is the typical man who thinks of himself as an alpha male, whereas he is, of course, an alpha mongrel. He has the refinement of an inbred orc, and the manners to match, but he is a more than adequate officer once the trumpets herald war. Indeed, if he were a bit less brazen and a bit more calculated in his conduct, he might well come to rival Eerie Edmund.
Wow, surprisingly not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Like, yeah, alpha mongrel, sure, but thinks that he's actually almost as smart as Edmund if he weren't constantly drunk and brazen. All right, Edmund, you're drunk and having problems with your phantom arm. What's going on?
Well, 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 the Dragon Commander himself. Come, sit, drink with me. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. He's had a few too many. But you take to the right too if you had an imp apparatus for an arm. Never told you how I came by this eyesore, did I?
How?
'Twas during the great and glorious last stand to save the Empire. Horseshit. We fought like lions so that the king, your bloody father, could scarper with what riches he could hold.
Alright.
But my soldiers did their duty. They died where they stood, and I was left for dead. Want of an eye and an arm. Not that any of it mattered. The king's head was shown decorating a stake, like star crowns will the pines come midwinter night. Defeat. Bah. Luckily, a touch of the malt can relieve its bitter taste.
Alright, so we've got... dismissive of his trauma, being like, if the day should come for me, you can suffer the same. You can run away if you want to, because I don't have a use for a general with any more prosthetic limbs. Like you can fuck off. Or, despite your dislike for my father, you stood your ground and did your duty. I hope I'll gain the respect so that you'll stand by me too should this situation arise. I think that's the better, obviously. Like, I don't have anything against Henry. I think he did his duty. I think he suffered for it, but he's still here. And I think that's worthy of praise, even if he is a drunk. He's still doing it. So I'm going to go with the respect option.
You have the respect of Maxos, and that certainly speaks in your favor. But you'll need to come a long way yet to prove unto me you're not just another pampered prince he yanked away from his mother's teat. So what'll you have then? Mead or milk?
Mead? Really? Like, mead is a honey drink. If you're gonna have, if you're gonna ask whether I'm like hard enough to have alcohol or if I'm just a babe suckingly at the teat, why go for mead? Go for whiskey, man. Like, what the fuck? Or tequila. Still, I think that went fairly well. All right, we got some politics to do. What's up? What's up at the throne room? What do you guys want?
Commander, it is imperative that we should win the war. For our enemies are godless heathens in need of annihilation. To hasten this process, I therefore propose we introduce conscription.
Oh, a draft!
Have young, able-bodied men sit around or do menial tasks when they could be serving in your armies instead.
Oh. A race's attitude towards you determines how much support you will receive in combat when fighting in their lands. Listen to the counselors to hear their points of view regarding the issue at hand. After making a decision, you'll be able to find out how happy or angry they are by your choice. So basically, now that we've heard the proposition, we can talk to them to hear their points of view, and then we make a decision, and then we can hear their reactions to our decision. So, institute a draft, a conscription. Basically, will we force our young adults to join the army against their will? Personally, I don't like the draft. I think it's stupid. I don't think that it does. I don't think it will work very well at all. I do not approve of the draft. I think forcing people who don't want to fight in an army will only build resentment towards the army. And we don't want that. We don't need that. The fact that it even exists in the first place as a last resort already has people with weird tensions about it. It shouldn't exist. But that's my opinion. Let's hear their opinions. So Yorick is the one who instituted, so clearly he's the one in favor of it. And that makes sense. The Holy Crusade and all that. What do the elves feel about it?
Commander, even the most peace-loving elf won't deny that in these dark times of war, allowances have to be made which we would otherwise condemn. Conscription, though, goes too far. Let those that wish to fight for our cause do so, but let's not force men away from their families if they feel it is their duty to stand by them.
Yeah. I agree with that. What do you think, Falstead?
Conscription
Falstaff.
may have somewhat of an ill ring to it, Commander, but it might be worth consideration nonetheless. There's not a dwarf that won't take up his axe for the Empire, but elves. A three-fingered man could number their volunteers on one hand. Time to get these weaklings into shape.
Ah, so it's we'll do it, so we think everyone else should do it too argument. That's no good. What do you think? Prospera?
I don't think conscription is a very good idea, Commander. Not only should a life of soldiery be an individual's choice rather than an obligation, but by drafting so many young men into the army, you're draining our economical reserves. So please don't forget your political obligations because of your military ones.
Yeah. Most of the time I end up agreeing with Prospera, but there are a few very niche situations where she and I very vehemently butt heads. But yeah. Rule with an iron fist or with benevolence. Well, it's not necessarily like that. It is a draft. You know, do we institute a draft? Do we tell people to join the army by force? Or do we go, hey, if you want to join the army, join the army? What do you think, Trinculo?
Here's an imp's perspective, Commander. More soldiers equals bigger battles, and bigger battles equals more explosions. Win-win. Granted, it's a bit of a simplistic perspective, but imps will have their fun, you know.
So his thing is more or less the same thing as Falstaff's, where it's like, we're doing it, everyone else should do it too. So normally, this would be a 3 versus 2 argument, because Yorick wants it, Falstaff wants it, and Trincula wants it, and only Prospero and Oberon don't want it. Personally, I'm leaning towards thumbs down. First of all, even though the game is a Zerg Rush numbers game, we don't necessarily need more population to win. What we need is more research so that we can get the late stage abilities so that our dragon can solo everything while we just have units on the field just to have units on the field. Like, ultimately, that's how we win our fights. Even though it sounds like it's a numbers game and this forcing people to join the army is actually just providing more numbers for the numbers game, it's a little more complicated than that. And also, as Prospero said, if we bring in people for the draft, we will lose out economically. So we'll have less money, but we'll have more population. And that's no good, because we can't buy units if we don't have money. And that's the part that matters, because it's the early game that is the early game Zerg Rush is the part that matters the most. So every ways to Sunday, I think that the draft is a bad idea. It won't help us tactically, it won't help us economically, and quite frankly, I just don't want to do it. So I'm going to go thumbs down on this one. I warned you guys, we're going to be talking about politics a lot. This is the very first choice. It took us 2 hours to get here, but there's going to be a lot more of this. So put your thinking caps on. Get ready to have a lot of politics talk. So I'm going to go thumbs down.
Your refusal is no more than an encouragement, a celebration even of cowardice. Those who do not step up for the glory of the gods by themselves should have been forced to do so.
No. See, I disagree with that notion entirely. It's like, forced devotion is not devotion. It's just force. Like, that's not how that works.
Thank you for disagreeing with Yorick, Commander. War is a demanding mistress, and if we give her all she wants, we shall lose our humanity in the process.
If no conscription means there will remain more dwarves in the army than there are elves, I hope we'll be duly recompensed, Commander. So that they may tend to their bloody vegetable gardens in peace.
See, that I could almost agree with. If that was a real thing that they were pushing forward, I might actually consider that, but it's not.
Very good. I must say, though, I was surprised Falstaff didn't pull the economy card like I did. Conscription might well have drafted some of his precious brewing masters into the military. If those were killed, entire dwarven nations would revolt.
That is a good point.
Commander, here was me agreeing with one of Yorick's proposals, and still you disagree. You won't see an opportunity to please both imps and undead pop up again in a hurry.
That's true. I mean, the scientists and the faith guys agreed on something for once, and I just said no. Like, that's probably never gonna happen again. But right now, actually, if you think about it, I'm on elf lands, so I actually benefit threefold when I previously said that I benefited twofold, because by agreeing with Oberon, I'm getting more volunteers anyway. So I'm gonna get more elves in my military for disagreeing with a draft. So that works in my favor. Alright, on to the actual battle map. Time to fight a war here. The enemy is entrenched. The higher a country's entrenchment level, the better defended against invading armies they will be. I don't have any cards to play. Because I'm doing that, I'm just going to increase my hunters. And I'm not going to actually send my hunters anywhere. Alright. End turn. Oh, I thought they were going to invade for a second. They are encroaching on the border, though. They're getting ready to invade, for sure. Alright, let's capture down here. I don't know how much that's really going to help me. Let's get the Breaching Fire upgrade. I think that'll help us more here. Breaching Fire is the thing that makes us do more damage to medium and heavy units. It also helps us do damage to buildings, which is really nice. Alright, commence with the Hunter spam. We got ads coming up. You're not going to miss anything. It's going to be the exact same fight as the last two fights.
Who will break? Who will bend?
Alright, so we got armors instead of hunters this time around, but that's okay.
I will drench their torn banner in blood.
Alright, let's send our dudes up to capture... actually, let's send them back here to capture this outpost back here, because that's where they're going.
Construction in progress. It will be built in a jiffy. underway, Commander.
The best way to see Rivellon is through the crosshairs of my double barrel.
That's a nice line.
All is ours for the taking.
Anti-ground turret completed. Anti-ground turret completed.
All right, we got turrets online just in time.
Wall factory completed.
Oh shit, they captured my frickin' turret! You bastards.
Anti-ground turret completed. Unit is being manufactured, Commander.
I will drench their torn banner in blood. The Emperor will prevail. All is ours for
All right.
the taking.
Now that they're done with that, let's bring them back over here so that they can actually do work. Again, Zerg Rush dealt with. Now we can actually start building. Although it's not fully dealt with.
Who will break? Who will bend?
Ah. And dragon time. No more units for you.
Recruitment citadel completed.
You've got an anti-missile turret there, but that's it. You've only got one anti-turret missile? Ha ha ha! No! No more turrets for you. You're easy pickings. Ah. There, that ought to deal with you for a minute.
Construction underway, Commander.
I've got big guns and I cannot lie.
I've got big guns and I cannot lie. Shut up.
We fight for freedom.
Alright, I really should take over this back here, but... I'm more interested in getting my army back online. Whoa.
I will drench their torn banner in blood.
Wall factory completed.
Ah! Alright, begin building hunters.
Momentarily, Commander.
No more units for you. Let's get rid of that transport ship as well.
Your unit will soon be ready. We could use some support, Commander.
You're fine. Alright. There. This space is now mine. You can't have it. Dragon superiority! There. No units for you. We win. Ta-da! I can't wait till we get that upgrade permanently. Alright. When your popularity with a faction exceeds 50, support in their countries will rise. This will affect your gold and research income in this country and the amount of units you can build when in that country. So as I said previously, on this particular map, it behooves us to be nice to the elves and the undead. Mostly the elves, because that's where our capital is. But not be too mean to the undead. But to be frank, the undead always come up with things that I just do not agree with. It is so hard to please the undead because I don't like with them. But as a counter to that, later on when we get our selection of brides, the undead bride is actually probably one of the best ones. All right, the Rivellon Times. Henry, unfit to be a general, but don't quote me on that. Lord Edmund confides. Don't quote me on that, quotes. No to conscription. Emperor foolishly plays into enemy's hands. Empire prevails. Death toll climbs. Beaten to the punch. Opposition clads new type of vehicle in armor. Imperial troops shaking in fear. I do think it is particularly, like, heart-wrenching how they actually keep track of the total casualties of war. Like, Jesus. Alright. Alright, yay! We were nice to Henry, we got a card. Warlocks will do 75% more damage. We don't use warlocks, but fine, whatever. The policies have the following consequences. Your population's motivation has increased by 10%. The sevens curse you. Your luck decreases by 2%. Oh no, my luck. And rumor has it that rogue imps are coveting your surplus research. Oh yeah, I do need to spend my research. Oh, Prospero's here. What do you want, Prospero? Prospera?
Fie upon Edmund's pride, Commander. The Lizard Lords have granted him the honor of representing our mighty military on a diplomatic mission of utter import, and he gets his knickers in a twist because it comes with a spot of sacrament alien to our ways.
Oh. What? Why would you send Edmund? Like, I get it, he's a military genius, but why would you send him to represent the Lizards on a diplomatic mission? What?
I should think it would be good fun to attend an imp ceremony. Something is bound to blow up. Isn't that what the generals normally like?
Oh, they want Edmund to go and attend a diplomatic mission to the imps. And he's like, why the hell would I do that? I'm a genius. They're imps. Alright, Edmund, what?
Imps, Commander. Are they not truly the lowliest of all the races?
Jesus.
Were it not for the hint of demon cunning in their blood, we most probably wouldn't speak to them as much as serve them for supper with a series of seasonal stuffings.
Oh.
As it is, however, the Lizard Lords have deemed it fit to strengthen the military cooperation between ourselves and
I've got no coffee.
Demoniacal dewdrops.
Alright.
I'd exhale an existential sigh upon the hearing of such folly, yet give it no further thought but for one devilish detail in the treaty. It is I, as our foremost general, who must, quite literally, stoop to inspect their armies. An impish high priest will be present, figures fit for farce that are greeted and received with ridiculous amounts of highly ritualized protocol. As Henry might say, Commander, I'd rather lick marmalade from an orc's behind than bow to an imp. My very reason for currying your draconic benevolence at this hour. Certainly I have your blessing to abstain from these grotesque formalities and tend to business rather than etiquette.
Why is the coffee always gone? I'm out of creamer. I'm getting more tomorrow. All right. Oh, speaking of, there's apparently going to be an ice storm on Friday, and it might go through the weekend. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream on Friday. I'll try, but I mean, it's not like I have too much to show right now for 14 anyway. But you know, just a heads up. So I'm also going to be getting some basic supplies together, like some water bottles and whatnot, just in case the power goes out because of the ice storm. But we'll see. Alright, so do we force Edmund to attend the diplomatic mission over to the Imp military? I personally don't like Edmund, and I want to humor the Imps, so I would force him to go. Alright. I don't care if they have you jumping through hoops. If a courtesy is demanded, you must deliver upon it. Such are the rules of diplomacy. Or, imps do tend to overdo protocol. So I'll tell you what. I'll lend you my signet ring. When the ceremony starts, hold up your hand and say it's a waste of your time. That a waste of your time is a waste of the dragon's time. And they'll get it. Alright, so do we force him to jump through hoops for imp diplomacy? Or do we let him skip out on it by giving him our signet ring? Personally speaking, I want him to suffer through the impish ceremonies. Because, I mean, for one thing, something is bound to blow up. Prosper is correct. But also, I like the imps, and I don't like Edmund. Because he's a classist, a racist, and a bigot. He's also a douche. So I'm going to tell him that I don't care if you have to jump through hoops. If a courtesy is demanded, you must deliver upon it.
Your wish, my command, et sorry cetera. But if there indeed be hoops, the snapping of little necks will be added to the ritual.
You'll be fine, Edmund. They're imps. They just want to blow stuff up. Listen, just bring earplugs. You don't have ears. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Alright, what about you guys?
I must say, I don't envy Edmund, Commander. He's to bow and scrape afore an imp of all things. If 'twere any other general, I'd publicly protest. But that conceited tosser deserves to kiss dust once in a while. Remind him he walks the earth just like the rest of us. Well, except you, perhaps.
Yeah. I agree with Henry here. I like Henry. What about you, Catherine?
Impressive victory.
Oh, you don't have
Commander.
anything to say on the line.
You fight like a lion, which is almost as good as a lioness.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You just can't... You can't let a single compliment go by, huh? How do you think the war's going?
Very well, wouldn't you say? The end is perhaps not yet in sight, but victory is looming along the horizon like a mist out at sea. Let us hope, unlike the fog, it shan't evanesce.
Nice. Hi, Scarlet. What are you doing back there?
Combat and carnage. Huzzah! You showed him, Commander.
What do you say, Scarlet? Shall we be victorious in the end?
War is as fickle as the wind sometimes, Commander. The breeze is favoring us at the moment, but it isn't exactly storming in the faces of our opponents either.
Fair. All right, let's spend our research. We do admittedly have too much of it. I was saving it to use for these, but clearly they're not going to be available anytime soon. I don't want any of these powers. They'll just clog everything up. Here, let's get some of these. Let's get an anti-air turret. We need those anyway. Oh, buying some ironclads for naval battle is also probably a good idea. Oh, we don't have enough. We're one off. Okay, well, next turn then. We do have a decent amount of gold as well, but I think we're doing well on the management of our money here. And plus, we have a massive army just kind of sitting up here. We probably should do something about that. So let's go ahead and turn this Hunter 4 into like a Hunter 6? Yeah. And then next turn we'll turn it into a Hunter 8, but we'll send like the 6 all the way up here to take over this war factory. And then once we take the war factory, taking this area back here should be nice and easy. Assuming they don't attack us. If they attack us, it'll be even easier. Let us also add another hunter to our capital, just in case. I don't see them crafting any transport ships, but just in case they try to do that shit. We want to make sure that there's no hope for our capital falling, you know what I mean? I'd like to also add these armors to that army. Because no harm in having a few armors around, you know what I mean? Alright. That'll do. Next turn. What are you gonna do? Carthan. Oh yeah, Carthan is invading. With a... Oh, okay. A fairly sizable force. Oh, but even with our... So we just win, normally. Or, I mean, it's not a 100% chance, but it's fairly decent. Let's do that as well. Slow them down. No, I don't want that. How do I remove a card? There we go. I mean, honestly, I'm probably not going to use these. So I might as well use them just to, like, get rid of them. I don't know if you can sell cards. If you could, it would be nice, but... meh. I'll just leave it like that. It's fine. All right, to battle. All right, we no longer have that breaching breath, which is a problem, but that's we'll be okay. Oh, they spawned right in the middle. That's annoying. Alright, let's send out the hunters to capture... Oh, it's a reverse of, It's a reverse of the same map. We fought on this map. But we were the ones there. And we fought the ones over here. Well, time for us to do a better job than they did. We're going to send out little troops here and there to capture these resource places so that we can get resources better and faster. Because we have a dragon to summon.
You're blowing my cover without a trace.
They've got one anti-air turret and a bunch of anti-air units. Oh, there's a second anti-air. So they are very, very heavily going anti-dragon right now. They're like, we get it. You have a dragon.
Construction in progress. Construction underway, Commander. Recruitment citadel completed.
But the moment you leave the protective area of that turret, I'm going to blow the shit out of you.
Go on, give me a target.
Wall factory completed. Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Recruitment citadel completed.
Hunters off the leash.
And dragon time! Blam 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 blam. Blam 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 blam. No turret, no units for you. None. No units. You are allowed no units. Screw your units. Let's see if I can destroy this turret. Ow, 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 ow. Ha-ha! Ow. I'm gonna destroy this building that you tried to build. Just to waste your time. Muahaha. Ha 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 ha. And that way I can build up my army in peace. Which I'm currently doing. If you look at the bottom right there, I actually, when I turned into a dragon, I had a building targeted. And it meant that I still have the building targeted even when I'm as a dragon form. So if you watch, I'm actually buying units while I'm doing other things. Very handy. It's a neat little trick. Technically speaking, if you select an army and then turn into a dragon, you're still commanding that army. But it's way harder to control an army while you're in dragon form. Ah! No units for you! No units for you! You are allowed no units! Uh-oh. Alright, we've got our nice big army. Roll over them. Gotta suck when a scout rushes your building and workers at the very beginning of the game. Yeah, it is really annoying, especially since those scouts can forcibly take control of your buildings. That's why Zerg Rush is the way to go. And then proceed to warp to the other side of the map.
Show me my prey.
Scout. You mean the giant dragon with a jetpack? I don't think anyone's gonna call the dragon with a jetpack a scout. But yeah, their infantry troops can just like mind control our whole buildings, and that's such a pain in the ass.
Hunters off the leash.
And as we saw in one of those previous fights, the turrets don't do enough damage to stop them from doing that if there's enough of them. They'll mind control my turrets as they're being shot at by the turrets. It's real irritating. Alright, screw you, we win. Wasn't even hard. And there's no more units you can possibly build, so I just win. Blow yourself up. Yay! We defended our lands very easily. And next turn, those same units will attack their territory, which will work out for us. Alright, the Rivellon Times! Emperor subjects general to impish humiliation. They tell you to roll over, you roll over. Yes. Is it a flawless victory? I mean, according to that thing, I still lost quite a few troops, but compared to losing half the population of the region, I mean, yeah, I barely had to build anything. Emperor prevails, death toll climbs. Imp countries' acknowledged standard of living decreases as our war fleet is expanded with ironclad ships. I don't think the imps would care about that, though. All right, our general's actions have influenced the Empire. Oh, Edmund actually got us a card that will bring us more hunter mercenaries. Hell yeah, we love that. And invigorate. The Devastators will have more hit points. I don't have a Devastators, but thank you, I guess. All right, Catherine, what? What do you want, Catherine?
It would seem Edmund has come back from his inspection duties among the imp armies already. I had expected tales of mayhem to precede his reappearance. In fact, I bet Henry the lizards and imps would be at war as soon as he set foot among them. But no. All the better, of course. Though a little disappointing.
Oh, I guess Edmund had a better time with the imps than we thought he was going to. Our cards one-time use are the general perk for battle. They're one-time use. Yeah. They're one-time use cards. All right, Edmund, tell us how it was at the imps.
Commander, no doubt you rejoice at my swift return from the land of imps, that borough of blight, that cyst in civilization.
Jesus.
Returned have I to more glorious heights. The gods I'd thank if I believed in any. Do forgive me if I appear exceptionally smug today, but I was very flattered, you see, to witness how my reputation precedes me even into the very crevices of the world. The imps had heard of my approach and my modicum of resentment for their rituals. I was therefore pleasantly surprised to be greeted with a cordial handshake no more.
See, it wasn't so bad. Friggin' ship having an entire section dedicated to a bar, right? Hey man, I'm not complaining.
Yes, he was rather an agreeable chap, as a matter of fact. The High Priest, I mean. After the military inspection, we played chess and talked philosophy the night through. It goes without saying I won every game and lacerated his logic like an eagle its prey. But he was not as devoid of all intellect as I had expected his entire species to be. A comforting thought, somehow, knowing you trust them to strap explosive engines to your back.
Yeah. Wait, what the hell is Trinculo doing here? What does he have to say about this?
Frightfully boring folk, those lizards, Commander. That general of yours held our High Priest hostage with board games and chatter. He built a great tower just to blow it up again. A great gift for the envoy of our allies. But did he come and watch? No. Preferred conversation to combustion. What a nincompoop.
It's like, we built this massive tower just to blow it up, to show Edmund, to show our appreciation for him coming. He didn't give a shit. He just wanted to play board games. What a piece of shit. All right, hi Henry.
You triumphed yet again. Keep up this pace, and the war will be over in no time.
How takes the war?
We may win, we may lose. Who's to say? I just enjoy my daily dose of demolition.
Hey, things are going well at least.
Our victory was so complete, I can taste it. You did well by us, Commander.
What do you think?
We may well, but it still takes but a look upon the globe to see enemy colors all about us.
All right, fine. It's not good enough yet. We've only taken over half the world. All right, we got another politics matter in the throne room. What's up?
Commander, I am pleading here today on behalf of a dwarven miner who was cruelly left to his fate by his own
miner,
kindred.
not a miner.
An incident in the mines cost him his leg, and he is too poor to pay for a proper prosthetic one. Henry, your own general, could afford impish machinery, but the dwarves who easily could as well, will not provide for their stricken fellow. Well, I say they should. Indeed, the state should. We can. So why not do so?
Oh, government health care. Well, isn't this topical? Yay. What a fun conversation. All right. Should they institute government health care? That depends entirely on how much you trust the government with your health care. It also kind of depends on where that money is coming from in order to fund it. In our case, it's coming from our own coffers from the war machines. We're taking money out of the military budget. But let's be real here. We wouldn't do that. if we're talking real world matters, we probably should do that. I'm not gonna lie. We already have a stronger military than the next 3 militaries combined. But we probably wouldn't do that. Alright, so on the one hand, I don't see a problem with us doing that, and I think we should. But on the other hand, that means we're going to be losing money. Although we aren't really hurting for money too much. I guess we could afford it. I'm not really against it. Let's see what you guys think.
Just like diseases, accidents are simply punishments from the gods.
Ugh.
If this
Why did I even ask you
dwarf lost
anything?
a leg, he probably took the Seven's names in vain. He had to say a prayer before dinner, and they saw it fit to make him attentive of his sin. Paying for his convalescence would be tantamount to forgiving his trespass, which only the gods have the least to do.
Why did I even ask you anything? Alright, dwarves, I know what you're gonna say too. You're gonna say that, what? Pay for someone else to get something? Why would we do that? That's awful.
If the state should pay for each and every work accident, for every broken nail and broken leg, we'll be paying through the nose, and it's your finances that'll be crippled. Mark my words, Commander. Listen to that bleeding heart elf, and the treasury will bleed the more for it.
Yeah, it's a question of military money. What do you think, Prospera?
Oberon's tale is a shocking one, Commander. If this miner suffered such a dreadful injury while working, then the mining corporation in charge should pay for his treatment. And if they won't or cannot, then yes, the nation should.
I agree with that. I believe that the workplace should cover it through, a workplace coverage fee. It's like, hey, you're doing dangerous work. We will give you company health care. And if the company can't do it, then the state will pick up the slack. So it's like, either you pay for it yourself, your company pays for it, or the state will. Like at the very end of the line. I can see the reason in that.
There are more with a prosthetic limb than without among us imps.
Oh.
Comes with the territory, I suppose. All those volatile war machines. Most of our top inventors have more metal than meat to them. And of course, it's only fair the government chips in where they can.
So we've got no, yes, no, yes, yes. So we got 3 yeses and 2 nos. And I'm always at odds with Yorick. Like, always. He has such a terrible argument. Like, I can get behind some religious, reasons for having some, state reasons and stuff. Even though I am mostly secular by nature, I don't particularly think that religion should have any place in politics or education or anything like that. Religion should stay in religion. But even for that, there are some cases where I can get behind religion's general philosophies on things, but Yorick just does such a terrible job arguing those things. Like, don't say it's punishment from the gods because he got hurt at the mines. That's so dumb. Like, what the fuck? It's like he probably took the 7th name in vain or something. Alright, bro. Anyway, will we institute government healthcare? I don't see a reason why we shouldn't. We're currently winning the war. We have plenty of soldiers. We don't have a surplus of money, but we have money. I don't see a reason why not. And plus, once again, we live on elf lands, so being nice to the elves will give us more population anyway. So, I'll say yes. Yes to government healthcare.
The people deserve a kind emperor and a generous one too. You are both, Commander.
Alright, what are your reactions to that decision?
So then you do forgive, and you do what is the prerogative of the 7. Remember pride and fall, Commander. It's a long way down from the Raven.
I am a dragon, and I have a jetpack. So that argument is the thing that falls. Like, what the fuck?
But this will cost us millions! Once word gets out, every lazy bones in the land will feign a headache and cash a handout. This is insanity!
That's not how it works. We're not covering every headache. We're not giving them free painkillers. Like, that's ridiculous.
This decision will endear you in the hearts of many, and shame the dwarves for the neglect of their own brother. All in all, I'd say this has been a productive day.
Thanks, Commander. Took about 100 imps a hand and a foot to get your jetpack in working order. So paying for a couple of metal fingers and toes is the least you can do in return, wouldn't you say?
Fair enough. Getting a more first-hand account like that is way more persuasive. It's like, this is insanity! Alright, let's check our research. We were gonna get ironclads. Oh no, we got ironclads last time. There's mortar turrets. That's not a bad idea. Mortar turret sounds good. Let's do mortar turrets. We can also upgrade our ironclads more, which is probably not a bad idea. Let's go with mortar turrets right now. That sounds good. Alright. To the war map. It's time to push forward into enemy lands. I'm gonna send 4 and these 2. And then I'm going to build 2 more here. And that'll do. But this'll cost us millions! I love that. That voice line was perfect. Alright, to battle! Look at that. They have quite the sizable army, and they're adding more shit on top. You know what I have to say to that? I have to say this. And I'm going to take the battlefield, and I'm going to use my Devastator card so that I do lots and lots of damage. Big damage. That's it. I don't use warlocks or devastators. All right, ready. Devastation is a passive. It just makes us do more damage with our normal attack, which is great. Something I really, really want to just have forever, but we have to get further in the game first. Alright, we got ourselves a snow map. Alright, well, we've got a nice big army. Let's split it off. We got the sizable troops coming up that way. We got a small base back there. Let's send these guys back here to capture the small base. And get these guys ready to defend against whatever they throw at us. Build ourselves a war factory so that we can get more units going.
Enemy hunters won't stumble in our pitfalls, Commander. They can easily unmask cloaked units now.
Save up so we can start building this resource. Building.
Construction in progress.
Alright. We held off their initial assault. Let's push forward. Well, let's capture this area here. And maybe build a mortar turret there.
Construction underway, Commander.
That'll be good.
Recruitment citadel completed. It'll be built in a jiffy.
Let's build another mortar turret. And then start getting ready to summon dragon.
You're blowing my cover.
Alright, dragon is summonable. So let's invade.
Mortar turret completed. Recruitment citadel completed.
Rah, they have flying units. This is bullshit. Ah, the anti-air turret got me.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander.
But you see how the game is very, very pointedly being like, oh shit, they have a dragon. Let's start making anti-dragon preparation. Lots of anti-air. They're actually starting to build air units now. Damn it, even with me helping them out, they still couldn't.
It'll be built in a jiffy. Construction underway, Commander.
Hunters off the leash.
Oh, nice mortar blast. All right, that's pretty good.
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Mortar turret completed.
All right, so I think I've completely stopped them from progressing that way. We can focus on getting our hunters ready to go in that direction, and then
Unit is being manufactured, Commander.
push with the dragon again. Try to blow up some of those anti-air turrets. Although we'll be focusing on the actual infantry.
Sound the trumpets, hunters here.
Picking up their scent.
Destruction in progress.
No units for you. No units. No units. Ah!
Hunter on the prowl.
No units. You are not allowed units. Yeah, we win. Easy peasy. Ta-da! Look at that. Look at that drop. You'll love to see it. Ooh, look at that decrease in our money. We went from 21 to 17. That's still not too bad, actually. The dwarves and the undead hate us, though. The imps are kind of mad at us, too, for some reason. Right. General has pleasant chat with Imp Shaman. Never have we been so direly insulted, Trinculo laments. Every cripple gets his day, even if it costs the treasury dearly. Emperor accused of war crimes in latest victories. Investigation could take years. Emperor denies all charges. Above and beyond, fast enemy aircraft sighted. Imperial imps suspected alien technology. Suspect alien technology. Alright. So the dwarves don't like us, the undead don't like us, the imps are coming around to us, but the elves and the lizards definitely like us. Ooh, what is this? Your policies have the following consequences. All naval units can be produced at a 50% discount. Our populist motivation has increased by 20%, but we will receive 5 less gold per turn. That's not terrible. What do you guys want? What? What are you both doing here?
Typical of Catherine to get miffed over money. I don't care what they pay me as long as I get to brawl and booze.
Oh, female wage. Okay.
When Catherine is out of sorts, there seems to be no escaping her ire, Commander. I do understand her, though. For whilst equality among the civilized races is not to be found, I do uphold that women are every bit as capable as men. Provided they are lizards.
Provided that they are lizards. I'm racist, not sexist. Come on, guys. What the fuck? Fucking Edmund.
Yikes, what a vixen. Can't dear old Kathy be happy with the wages she gets? Not like she has to cook or clean.
I mean, to be fair, she is an ex-queen, so... No. No, she can't. Alright, Catherine, what?
Listen here, Commander, for I have a matter of great import that I should like to bring to your attention. In the realm I ruled, that rule was absolute, as was that of my vassals.
Fucking Henry over there losing his mind.
We concerned ourselves with matters of mastery and the mind. Men with all things menial, according to the natural order.
Alright. Fucking sexist. What?
On this ship, however, I find myself trapped amid so many cocks of the walk, the one more swollen with self-importance than the next, only to discover these pompous windbags actually earn more wages than Scarlet, Prospera, or I do. If anyone, it is we of the superior sex who should sooner receive more silver and gold than those of the savage variety. You'll set right this iniquity, Commander, and you'll do it now.
You see, the way she says it makes me want to say no. It's like, I am not one of these people who's like, oh, the wage cap, blah, 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 blah. Everyone who does the same job should be paid the same amount for that job. Sure, absolutely. Like, your race, your gender, and your political beliefs, none of that should matter when it comes to doing your fucking job. I agree. But do you have to say it in the most sexist and anti-male way you possibly can? Like, what the fuck? It's like, are you aware that your ship is sexist? In the country I ruled, it was incredibly sexist, but in the opposite direction. Fix it. The fuck is wrong with you? Why do you gotta say it like that? You didn't say the magic word, Catherine. I don't respond well to people with no manners. Nah, I'm not gonna say that to a general. Like, come on. I'm gonna say this one. But god damn, you've got to chill, Catherine, for fuck's sake. I had no idea that men and women on my ship were receiving different salaries. You can calm down. I will fix this immediately.
Good. So you should. And I hope this is the last of such nonsense I've had to deal with.
Great. Me too. Please, never bring this shit up to me ever again. And if you do, don't be such a raging bitch about it, for fuck's sake. Let's get armors, even though I don't plan on building them. Alright. To the war effort. So we took that fairly easily. We could go straight to the capital, but I think we want to surround them first. So I'm actually going to bring this hunter up here, like that. And I'm going to push these guys here. I'm going to craft more hunters here. Like so. So we're capturing there, and we're repopulating here so that they don't recapture it. And I'll also send a few troops from the home base as well. Just so that we can take over a little bit faster. Even though we're leaving our capital a little underdefended, it should be fine. It's not like they can do anything anyway. Their only transport ship is way the hell over here. And they don't have a military base here anymore. They just have the capital. So if they do build a transport ship, they're going to have to go around. Oh, they let us take it without... Okay, they just let us take it. Works for me. All right. The Rivellon Times. Men and women to have equal wages. Hope they get a concussion slamming through the glass ceiling, shouts Sir Silvervein. Emperor supremacy at war on resources called both questionable and fleeting. Imps lack inspirations. Imps copy enemy armor design to the letter. Hey, look, our money went back up. How does that work? We have lower wages because we are diverting them to healthcare, our government healthcare. Oh, it's because we captured more places. Of course it is. It's because we captured 2 new territories this turn. Duh. I'm a fool. A foolish fool! Alright. Your general's actions have influenced the Empire. Catherine and Scarlet's wages have increased, so it would cost more to use them as generals, but I don't care about that. I barely use them anyway. Scarlet has gained a level in Patient. Nice. I wish Catherine would get one of those. Catherine has gained a level in Light Unit Specialization. Oh, well, that works for me too, actually. Out of business, sabotage, destroy a factory in an enemy country. Hell yeah, that's awesome. You'll love to see it. Alright, no new events going on. Let's check in on our generals anyway.
Ah, to be in the thick of battle. With you calling the shots, it's a joyride rather than a jeopardy.
True. I am kind of winning single-handedly here. What do you say? Will we be victorious? We're right up against the capital of the enemy capital.
As far as I can tell, our enemies are quaking firmly in their boots. Good sign as any, really.
Alright, what do you think, Henry?
What a glorious battle you fought, Commander. Let's drink to your success. The war could still go either way, Commander. But if I were a betting man, and I am, having been dealt the hand you're holding, I'd go all in without looking back.
Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm not going to lie. Hi, Edmund. I see you back there.
Lost and won. Or in your case, one full stop.
Our conquest of Rivlon is faring well, wouldn't you agree?
If that is your honest opinion, you do well to seek my sobering counsel. Things are headed in the right direction. To be more celebratory than that would be misguiding.
I don't know, though. We're right up against the enemy capital. I think I have good reason. Hi, Catherine.
Impressive victory, Commander. You fight like a lion, which is almost as good as a lioness.
Ugh. How's the war going?
I'd say it's going well, but don't be afraid to be a little daring there, Commander. We need to push forward relentlessly or risk being driven back.
Don't worry, I am. All right, we got another political matter to deal with in the throne room.
Commander, the war is displacing a great many people.
Oh.
The influx of a great many foreigners into the realm is inevitable. Many of them are driven to crime by want or ill will. To that effect, I propose that if a foreigner is found guilty of an offense, he or she should be deported immediately. Delinquency is on the rise, and we need a few effective deterrents to curb its proliferation.
Well, isn't this one poignant? With what's going on in America today, this one is on the nose. All right. What do we think, everybody?
Foreign criminals seem to abound like sand on the beach these days, Commander. Let's be rid of them like Falstaff suggests. In fact,
no surprise there.
The sea would be as good a border as any to make them cross.
Jesus.
Yes. Let them drown for their misdeeds.
What the fuck? All right.
Many criminals inhabit our realm, Commander. Such is the unpleasant reality. Some of them are domestic, some of them are foreign. Punish them when they are caught, but do not make the distinction.
Oberon and I are of the same mind in this matter, Commander. Deportation just seems a bit excessive. And I very much doubt it's the structural solution Sir Silvervein hopes it to be.
No, Commander. Falstaff has it all wrong. We imps force foreign convicts to do all sorts of dirty and dangerous jobs. Why deport when we can make them drudge?
Oh, yeah, sure. Don't deport them. Push them into servitude instead. Oh, what a solution that is. The fuck? What are we talking about anymore? What's happening? Alright, so... I mean, everyone's against Oberon here. Everyone's against Falstaff except for Yorick. Yorick is the only one that agrees with Falstaff. And Yorick wants to go even further. It's like, oh, we shouldn't deport them. We should just kill them. What the fuck? Which representative seems the least useful? The least useful ones so far has been Prospera, but she's the one that I agree with the most. Like, so far, Prospera, she doesn't have any influence on the board because we don't have any countries currently on the current board that have anything to do with the Lizardmen. The Lizardmen are moderates. They don't really have anything to do with the economy. They don't really have anything to do with the people and the population. They're mostly just about the principle of the thing. So right now, she's the most useless when it comes to political matters. But she's also the most reasonable of the people here. Technically speaking, the most useful people are Yorick and Oberon. They're the most useful people because they are the two that are being represented on the board. And then Falstaff is probably the third because he represents our currency and our money. And then Trinculo is fourth because even though we do want our research and it should be very, very useful, we're currently held back by the story, so we can't do any decent research right now. And when we get further in the game, he'll be more useful and he'll probably overtake Falstaff because we don't need money that much if we have good units. But Yorick just, I just don't vibe with him at all about anything. And at this point, I don't really need more money because I'm winning so much. So I can focus on Oberyn and Prospera's points a little bit more. Anyway, about this particular one, should we deport foreign criminals? I'm going to go with no. I don't think we should deport foreign criminals. I think we should treat all criminals the same. And to be honest, I don't like how our correctional facilities operate anyway. And I certainly don't agree with Yorick or Trinculo. We definitely shouldn't kill them, and we definitely shouldn't enslave them. I think that's way out of proportion. So yeah, I'm gonna go with no here. I don't think we should deport them. I think we should have a much more measured hand. There is the argument where it's like, well, if they are coming over illegally, then, you know, they've already broken the law by doing so, but that's just trespassing. You know, that essentially that's all that is. It's trespassing. That you get off with that with a fine. Whatever. Who cares? You shouldn't make the distinction. So I'm going to go with no.
Leniency leads to lawlessness, Commander. I had hoped you'd spare your populace from such nuisances as pickpockets and highwaymen. To no avail, it seems.
I mean, you don't need to be foreign or here illegally to be both of those things. Alright, how does everybody feel about the decision I made?
Continue to be soft of heart, Commander, and you'll soon find it pierced by a common interloper out for what coin he can find.
I am a dragon? I don't have to worry about
By
that.
refusing to set any examples, you're allowing godless foreigners to pillage and murder amongst us. Don't you realize it's a crime to tolerate crime?
Wise of you, Commander. I find no fault in Falstaff's objective, only in his method. There are other ways to fight crime. Ones that do not include stigmatization.
Yeah.
I'm glad you gave the matter some further consideration, Commander. A foreign maid of mine was once caught stealing a silver candlestick, but she does such a good job otherwise, I'd rather have her back than see her deported.
That's an interesting perspective to have. Alright.
Right you are, Commander. Let strangers do dodgy chores, and no one will ask any questions if anything goes awry.
I wasn't aware I was agreeing with you. Whatever. Alright. I need to refill my water. We're currently in an ad break, so I will be right back really, really quick while I refill my water, and I will be right back. Real quick. Oh, I should have put a BRB screen on that. Alright, I'm back. See, it was very, very, very quick. Wasn't even worth putting up a BRB screen about. Alright, the ad break is ending. Hell yeah. Alright, welcome back, everybody. We decided we would not deport the foreigners. Because... yeah. Fucking... Alright, let's capture that tavern. And get ready to push into the enemy capital. Let's go with 3. And we will buy more. Yay. Look at all these cards we just don't use. I wish we could sell them. That would be great, but you can't. You just gotta collect an obscene number of cards. There's no maximum you can hold, so whatever. Alright, we'll capture that, and then next turn we will go ahead and attack the capital. Assuming they don't attack us right here at the end of turn. But even if they do, that just means it's going to be easier for us to take the capital. Or they are going to attack us, but with, like, the most pitiful force I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, I don't even need to send a general for this. Are you out of your goddamn mind? What was the point of that? That was stupid. Rivellon Times. The Emperor refuses tough stance on crime. Citizens victim to lackluster politics. Our men aboard the Raven Victory Party report. Unification of the land or one man's personal popularity contest. Before he was famous, we have the Emperor's childhood pictures. You do not. What a lie. Yay, more cards. Oh god, what do you guys want?
So, Oberon is putting poof nuptials back on the agenda, is he? When will those blasted elves realize marriage is about procreation,
gay marriage,
not pleasure or passion? Can't these queers be happy with what they have? Used to shoot them on sight barely a century ago.
Alright.
Commander, I intend to propose legislation later today that will make it possible for gay couples to be married. I know I'll get some pretty stiff opposition.
Early
from
2000s politics, this one. Although, to be fair,
so I'm hoping I can count on your support.
There is evidence that this is a constant debate thing, like across thousands of years. 5,000 years ago, in ancient Egypt, there are hieroglyphs talking about whether or not it should be legal for gay marriage. Like, that's... I mean, it wasn't called gay marriage because it's not technically the same thing, but, you know, same-sex couples to be a thing. Like, this is just an eternal problem that we've just always had. That will never fucking go away.
Sir Falstaff raises some proper concerns about family values and the likes. But that holier-than-thou collection of bones will prattle on and on about gods and such nonsense. Nothing we can't handle.
Yeah, I pretty much feel the exact same way, where it's like, okay, you've got a little leeway to talk about. It's like, well, marriage should be about procreation, not about, you know, anything else. Like, if you want to, you know, be lovers with someone, if you want to be together with someone, you can just do that. You don't need a government institution to bind that. That's not a thing. You don't need that. Marriage is about procreation. You can argue that. Sure, fine, whatever. But everything Oberon, like everything that Yorick says out of his fucking mouth is just like nonsense. Like it always fucking is.
Seven wither Oberon's tongue for uttering such perversions. He and his depraved ilk would allow men and women to fornicate with others of their own gender. How base, how vile can one be?
How vile!
God save us from this debauchery.
Your latest victory was awe-inspiring,
Oh yeah,
Commander.
they don't care.
The enemy trembled with fear.
But you're taking the war.
Victory is in the air, Commander. I can smell it. A strong, pervading scent. Spiced and mouth-watering. Like a leg of lamb roasting over a low, hot fire.
Yeah, we're gonna win before this, like, political matter even comes to court, but... whatever. We have not done yet. This is just Act 1 of, like, 4 acts or some shit like that.
Naught but a skirmish we fought today. but the way you handled it was impressive.
Technically, I didn't. The army did it for me.
I do believe you're fishing for compliments, Commander. You know as well as I do, we are bound to triumph. The enemy is no more than a cornered mouse now, waiting for the cat to pounce.
Darn right. Hey, Scarlet.
Commander, could you spare me a moment? Now, I know I'm a general and politics isn't my field of expertise, but I was hoping you'd support Oberon in his attempts to allow marriage for people of the same sex. It's a pet peeve of mine, you see. Live and let live, I say. Why do others get to decide who someone may or may not love? None of their bloody beeswax.
Yeah, I agree with Scarlet.
So much hypocrisy would be exposed for what it is, you know. Think of the famed lizard artist Della Gecko, for instance. Everybody knows he's gay, but he was forced to marry a duke's daughter. 2 lives made miserable because of senseless so-called moral objections. The whole business is unconscionable if you stop and think about it.
Alright, so you've got your 2 options here. The one that says no, marriage is a bond between a male and a female, the union of which children spring. Same-sex marriages would be barren bonds, the very opposite of what our kingdom needs. We don't have that problem, and I agree with Scarlet, so I suppose it is. Alright, you've convinced me. I will side with Oberon.
Thanks, Commander. You're a doll. I'd give you a kiss that'd blow your jetpack off if you weren't off limits.
Alright, let's go end the war on this first map. Invade. Why hold anything back? Just go. Go, 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 go. Look at them trying to build a tavern up there. No, you guys don't have a chance in hell. Alright, we'll take care of it ourselves. Let's go. Let's attack the capital. Might as well drink their problems away, right? Yeah. Alright, begin the battle. I warned you, politics, man. Like, this game is very good at the way that it represents politics. It's so fun. Alright, we've got our massive army. Let's take over some of these lands here. Let's split this army in half and send half of them over here to take this area and half of them to go and attack up here to capture this area. Because we need to capture all these areas so we can get a big enough army together to go and deal with that. And plus, if we split our guys off, then they have to split their guys off, and that just works out for us.
Enemy hunters can engage air targets now.
I want to get that upgrade, but the game won't let me.
Completed.
Alright. Capture the areas.
Give me a target.
Excellent.
Like the wind. Hunters off the leash. Hunter.
Oh, we have an excess. So we have spare units. We have reserve units over here. We don't even have to wait for actually building anything. That's very fun.
You set the trap, I'll make the kill. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. set the trap, I'll make the kill.
Ready for the blitzkrieg.
Alright, dragon time. No more units for you. I forgot to, hold on. I forget how you target your own buildings here. There it is.
I got my license to kill.
Oh. And then... Oh, that just is a return. That's fine. I have so much excess resources that it doesn't matter. So yeah, we've got a full map, so we can't actually summon more units because the map is full. Alright. Destroy the enemy capital. Just blast your way through, it's fine. I'm gonna do the same thing, but in dragon form. You moron! You only have anti-ground turrets back here. Aren't you aware that I'm a dragon? There's the capital, and they have no more units. That was easy. That's what happens when you just have an overwhelming force, I guess. Yeah, you literally can't make more units. And unlike everywhere else, you just have to actually destroy the capital. You can't win by them being unable to make more units, unlike everywhere else. But it's fine. We win. Yay! That's the first map done. Look at that, just like, like they had so many more units than us. And then it all went to shit, like immediately. Alright, you have conquered the capital of Carthan and successfully stole all their belongings. You've captured a capital. Hold it for one more turn to defeat the enemy. The Rivellon time. General tries to influence policy. We're headed for a military dictatorship if this continues, says angry Sir Silvervein. By popular demand, Emperor authorizes production of own action figure. The Emperor was not born in Rivellon. The gasp! Man, the dwarves and the undead absolutely hate us.
So, you're backing the fairies, are you? Both the elves and the other kind. Thin end of the wedge, if you ask me, Commander. They'll be marrying goats next.
That's a real argument that some people actually have, and that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Gay marriage is a reality. You've written history, Commander. Long have we elves fought for what we think is an example of basic equality.
Right?
But never has a monarch given us his public support. Bravo!
Bravo. Alright, what do we got over here?
7 save us from the dragon, for where he goes, vice sprouts like infectious corruption, disseminates like a poisonous contagion.
Well, when you say it like that, that's kind of
Ghouls
awesome.
Coveting not to be as they should. Hags longing for anything but the male touch. Abhorrent is the hell you stay.
I mean, when you say it like that, it makes me kind of cool.
Thanks again for passing that new marriage law, Commander. There are these 2 lizard girls I know, and they tied the knot the moment the news broke. What a feast we had! I don't remember any of it.
I don't remember any of it.
Bloody good show, Commander.
God, the voice acting in this game is
kicked butt
fantastic.
today, and firmly too. Victory is in the air, Commander.
All right, yeah. All right, we got one more political matter before we get off of this map and move on to the next one. What's up?
Commander, every citizen in the realm pays taxes. Every industry does the same. But which is the one institution that escapes the taxman? Why, the church, of course. Hardly fair, is it? So why not introduce a temple tax? Let every temple, church and cathedral pay, say, a monthly fee as a token of goodwill toward the Empire. After all, does not the church benefit too from a strong and wealthy state?
See, this is a problem because it makes sense on the outset. Churches take up so much land and they don't pay any taxes. They take in lots of donations. They you know, they essentially are a business, but they're a business based on welfare rather than actually creating something of physical substance and then selling it. Like they create Bibles, they make candles, blah 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 blah, but it's not, you know, it's not to the same like degree that everything else is. And everything that they actually create, they sell so that they can get enough money to exist normally, to feed their own people, and ideally to feed like the poor and provide a basic welfare to the people around them. That, you know. But there are so many churches that take in so much money that they become opulent. And in those cases, you look at the mega churches and shit like that, and you're like, yeah, why shouldn't they be paying taxes if they make that much money? Like, welfare is a little too well off in those cases. But then you gotta remember, where is that money actually coming from? You follow the money backwards, it's people giving the churches this money. They're not really earning it. It's goodwill. And yeah, the goodwill is making them well off, but if you actually charge them things, they're not going to become more humble, as they should. They're just gonna make people pay more. It's gonna turn into the same, like, Protestant argument that came back all that time ago. It's like, sinners, do you sin? Well, now you can buy your way out of hell. Just pay the church. Which, yeah, is an absolute fucking scam, but there are gonna be people who fall for it. And then you're just preying off the stupidity of others, which...
When will that filthy dwarf finally pass a single day without resorting to sacrilege, base and vile? The Church of the Seven is holy, above such secular concerns as
See, and once
taxes.
again,
If you
Yorick
want yet
argues
more
it
gold for
the
royal
worst way
coffers,
possible.
you would
I'm
go
actually in
elsewhere,
favor
Commander.
of Yorick in this, but not because of what he's saying. Like, Yorick makes me want to impose a tax on the church because he's such a dickhead. Like, he actively is, like, not helping his case.
Introduce this new tax, Commander, and the church will just demand more of the public in
Yeah,
donations.
see, what he
So
says,
in the end,
I
who
agree with
will really
Oberon.
pay? The man in the street, and they give more than their share already.
Yeah. Oberon, I'm of one mind with Oberon here.
The Church of the Seven is one of the wealthiest organizations in Rivlon, Commander, and it's true they don't impart as much as tuppence to the treasury. So Falstaff is right, hardly fair.
Yeah, this is the one instance where I disagree with Prospero, and it's because on the surface I agree. Like, when you think about the mega churches and the massive congregations of religious, like, organizations and how much money they have, like, millions and billions and billions and trillions. It's like, yeah, they are massively wealthy for no reason. And that's ridiculous. And I agree with that. But as Oberon says, and as I said earlier, if you impose a tax, they're not going to... If you impose a tax, they're not going to become humbler willingly. They're just going to foist that payment onto their followers, which is bullshit. You shouldn't have to pay a tax for having a belief. That's ridiculous.
Temple tax. What a marvelous idea. Take from the 7 and give it to science. Falstaff's got it.
There's that argument as well, which... Yeah. But yeah, I personally want to say no to this one. But it's funny that it's just Oberon and Yorick of all people. Everyone else is in favor of it. That's a rough one. If we could somehow, like, force the church to not foist that over and simply be like, oh, you're just paying, like, a basic land tax. It's like, you own the land, therefore you have to pay for the land. Period. Like, if we could do it that way, then I could argue it. But if you're literally taxing them for having a belief, they're going to foist that onto the public people and be like, well, because we are taxed for, like, upholding this belief, you need to pay the tax for us for having the belief. And that, I mean, it's a good way to kill all religion. I'm not going to lie. There's no better way. But there are some people who are stupid enough that they'll pay out an arm and a leg. They'll get rid of all their money if it means that, you know, their belief is, like, upheld. And that's not fair. That's literally imposing a stupidity tax once again. And we're not supposed to be taking advantage of the stupid, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna say no.
You haven't a mercantile mind, Commander.
I don't need one. I won.
I was dangling millions in front of you, and all you had to do was extend your hand. Bloody priests would have gotten nothing but their just desserts.
Yeah, and then check this out. This is even worse. We're gonna see what their reactions are, and Yorick is going to once again sell this in the worst possible way possible, and it's gonna make me want to go back and reload my save. Listen to this shit.
My thanks, Commander. After all, the Church can but rely on the pittance of the pious for her income. I shudder to think how she might have suffered should the taxman have come a-knocking.
Actually, that wasn't as bad. Okay, never mind. That wasn't as bad as I remember it being.
Good. Besides, temples provide a public service, don't they? And one can hardly tax the need for spirituality.
Commander, you could have asked but a single % of the church's income and still have walked away with the means to raise 5 new armies. Or do you really think they spend so much on incense, not personal luxuries?
Right? I fully agree with Prosper's mindset. I really, really do. I just don't agree that they wouldn't just foist that on other people and create a stupid people tax. It's like, oh, you have faith, you need a belief, you need to believe in something, well, pay taxes for it. It's like, you shouldn't pay taxes on a belief. Like, you shouldn't. And the churches would do that, and it's like, the stupid people would fall for it. And I don't like the idea of profiting off of morons.
Come on, Commander. Those cathedrals could stand to do with a few less statues of silver and chalices beset with diamonds. Aren't those gods fellows supposed to be all humble and pious? Because they're bloody not at all.
Right? They take advantage of my own morality, I guess. I don't know. Bunch of bastards. Whatever. We just need to skip this turn and then we win. Yeah, I don't need to do anything. I hold the capital. Oh, you're gonna try with like 3 troops? Fucking try then. Yeah, nah, that's no shot. Absolutely no shot at all. Here, I'm gonna put someone in charge just to like make sure that it actually happens, but no shot. Here, we'll get Henry to do it. Yeah, we'll get Henry to do it. Yeah, shocking nobody. That didn't work. Oh, time for a loud cutscene. It's very loud.
And so it came to pass that the Dragon Prince was initiated in the ways of war.
God damn it, Larian!
And caught the attention of his siblings. Whereas the prince had been but a flea in his half-brother Carthan Axehand's coat, the dread Decapitator now took full notice of what turned out to be a dragon, and so in turn did the others. Yes, it was in the heartland of Rivellon that the war would be decided between the last of Sigurd's children. Carthan remained a threat, as did his sister Sybil the Silent, who had cut out her own tongue a long time ago to stop the voices in her head from babbling. And then there was Farran the Fleshless, who was convinced he wasn't human at all, but rather an undead, which he would demonstrate by slicing the flesh from his body. Such was the crazed company the Dragon Prince would have to fight. Such were the terrors he would have to overcome. And the way he did so is still studied by all strategists in Rivellon today.
Yay. Alright. The Rivellon Times. Battlefield moves to the heart of the kingdom. All factions rally behind the dragon. Dwarves, elves, lizards, imps, and undead stand united. Emperor to guide all to victory. Emperor allows gay marriage, corrupts morals of the nation. By popular demand, Emperor authorizes a production of an action figure again. Size matters. Enemy researchers build impenetrable floating fortress. Imperial scientists stupefied. Citizens must pay taxes, but gods stay exempt, and their functionaries too. Alright, I receive 2 less gold per turn, and we get more luck.
I have news for you, Commander. Great, grave, or gratifying, I'll leave its interpretation to you. The fact of the matter is your victories have gone far from unnoticed. That much you knew. But they have also gone a long way toward uniting a shattered realm. It has therefore been announced that you are to marry.
Oh boy.
For that will bolster the populace's spirit and cement your power as Emperor. Soon the finest princesses in the land will be here, bidding for your hand in marriage.
A host of princesses, you say? That'll be fun!
I dare say it will. But do not please take this matter lightly, Commander. Of course, I hope your wife shall turn out to be a charming girl indeed. But this, above all, is a political bond, meant to strengthen the ties between you and the faction she belongs to. Love, I'm sorry to say, has very little to do with it. But of course, I may be proven wrong. Perhaps it is even best that I had.
So you're saying that even though it's marriage we're talking about, I have no say?
Not as such, no. You don't want to get married. Because that would be a bit of an imposition. The decision has been made, you see. Matters such as these, even an emperor has to accept without remonstrance. Still, there are worse things than tying the knot, surely.
Right.
Very well, Commander. And while you fantasize about pretty princesses, I'll continue my studies. Grumio may find his inspiration in dreams, but I'll stick to books, thank you very much. A wizard likes his nose between the pages, rather than his head in the clouds.
Oh, what's wrong, Prospera?
I hope you don't mind, Commander, but I've requested that a few of your generals should undo the havoc that is being caused by a group of lizard rebels. These misguided souls have taken to the teachings of a cult that worships the so-called one god, and they're causing no end of unrest where they dwell.
Oh no, not the one god.
I'm sure Henry and Edmund are the proper officers for the job, wouldn't you agree? They'll need to be diplomatic, though, if they seek to succeed.
Those two? Diplomatic? That's the wrong... What are you talking about? Alright, let's go to the bar. Let's talk to our generals. What?
A dear old lady, our Prospera, but it saddens me to see senility is taking hold. She actually wants me to work together with that barrel of gin they call a general. It would be almost comical if it weren't so galling.
Alright.
Under my rule, you'd be given the Cross of Bravery for that last action, Commander. Well done.
Alright, how do you think the war's going?
In truth, it has hardly begun.
Yeah, we're on a new map, so...
Ah, to be in the thick of battle with you...
Yeah, they don't care. Alright, Henry.
Commander, a word in your ear. There seems to be a spot of trouble in one of the provinces. Some lizard rebel running amok. Naught but a trifle that Prospera has requested us to deal with. But she wants me and Bloody Edmund to go together. Yes, he's a lizard too, it stands to reason. But the man's as pleasant as a cactus down your trousers. So if you don't mind, I'll go alone.
Alright, I need my generals to be able to work together in a civilized manner. It'll be a good opportunity to practice. I think that's the right way to do it. Telling Henry to do as he sees fit, like, he's just gonna bull rush it, kill them all, and then go home, which isn't the worst thing, considering that they're a dangerous cult that requires 2 of my generals. But let's do this in a civilized manner, or at least attempt it.
Practice? I'll be practicing skittles with his balls before the day is out. You know that cold-blooded cretin annoys me to no end.
Yeah, it annoys me too.
I'll follow your orders, Commander. But we're supposed to quell an uprising, you know. Not add fuel to the fire.
I think that's a win-win. I'm pretty sure that's a win-win. That is textbook win-win. Anyway, we have gotten to the next stage of conquest, so we should be able to buy some new upgrades, should not we? Yes, a bird in the hand. Finally, our hunters are now anti-air. That's a load off my mind. And let's get the hunter... Oh, we can't afford it, but we can get the hunter teleportation if we get enough research. Once we get that, and the hunters are fully upgraded, well, there you go. And then I guess we can start upgrading ironclads. Just to, like, bring them along, I guess. And devastators, too, eventually, maybe. And these juggernauts for the ship battles. Those will be really, really good. Honestly, ship battles are probably somewhere something I really, really need to be thinking about. They're called floating fortresses. I guess they're literally floating, not... When I hear floating fortresses, I think of in the sky, but they're literally on the sea floating fortresses. Alright, to the new battle map. Oh yeah, and we can get new dragon powers too. But, so, everywhere that we've just conquered is literally just this little bit. And now we have a much bigger map with much more population and much more to deal with. So once again, we're starting off with the Elvish, like, lands being our one place. But we've literally got a big capital right freaking next to us, which is a massive pain. Because their army is huge. And the majority of the Heartland is neutral territory. And we've got the Skin Flayer down here. And actually, no. This is the Skin Flayer. Down here is the Silent. Sybil the Silent. And we've got a lot more... We've got Dwarvish lands and Impish lands into the mix now. So we've got all the lands going on here. We got Dwarf... We've got elf, we've got lizards, and imps. We actually don't have any undead lands, which works well for me, because I've been antagonizing the hell out of them. But we absolutely need to start pushing into these lands pretty much as quickly as possible. I think I'll be best off going down here first, because there's these elf lands and dwarf lands, and the dwarf lands will get me a lot of money, and the elf lands I have good rapport with, so I'll have plenty of population to deal with. Up here we've got these imp lands, which I have not been terribly kind towards so far, and so they won't, like, they'll give me good science, but I don't really need good science right now. I'll be fine with passable science while just moving forward. And I need to worry about red just kind of existing right on my borders from the start, which is a pain in the ass. But I really need to build up an infrastructure and an income before anything else. So I will leave these armors here to protect the capital and take these troopers down here to immediately capture this land and start pressing into this heartland here pretty much as quickly as I can, and maybe also dabbling down here if I can muster it. I also, real quick, I need to go back to the bridge and do some dragon research. Can I get the upgrades I want now, finally? Yes, I can. Alright. Let's get Devastation as a permanent bonus. Hell yeah. And we'll start working towards getting the Scales of Steel as a permanent bonus, too. Nice, 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 nice. We are good at being Emperor. Do I have any good cards to use? I could sabotage an enemy factory. Is there an enemy factory worth sabotaging? There's an academy there. War factory there. Yeah, we'll sabotage this war factory. Screw you. Delay this nonsense for as long as I can. We got ironclads in the sea as well. Let's buy a few ironclads to counter his ironclads. And a few hunters just to have hunters. And just like that, our built-up economy from the last game is gone. Oh god, we had all these transport ships over here. They just didn't have anything in them. That's a pain. Oh my god, Red is building up quite a massive army. I don't appreciate that. They're both just making massive armies. How can you afford that? They must have been playing the economy in the last game or something. That's ludicrous. Alright, so we've got a fight here with 5 ironclads versus 2 empty transport ships. I'm just gonna let my transport ships die. Like, I don't know what to tell you here. I'm gonna retreat. Just as much as I possibly can. Alright. The Rivellon Times! Emperor to be wed. Hopeful princesses flock to the Raven. 2 generals sent to quell a minor provincial problem. Don't they have a war to win? Asks indignant counselors. Emperor's state's latest loss was part of the plan. We wonder what plan exactly. Dragon's fireball, so powerful he might just blow himself up, dragon expert says. Alright. And here's our latest political stance. The dwarves hate us. Even more than the undead do. The elves and the lizards like us, though.
They are here, Commander.
Oh boy.
The fairest maidens to be found. Here in the hope you will take their hand in marriage. Gathered aboard are Lady Lohanna of the Elves, Lady Ida of the Dwarves, Lady Camilla of the Lizards, and Lady Ophelia of the Undead. Godspeed, Commander. I wish you the best of luck.
A funny extra here. They originally planned to also have an imp princess, but they ran out of time, and so they created a very quick blurb about how the imp princess accidentally blew herself up on the way here. Whoops. The princesses are gonna have major storylines going forward. They're an extra like spot to go look in on, pretty much the same as our political like stuff going on. The princesses, each of them have 3 potential endings of their storylines. I don't like the elf one, and to be honest, I'm not a big fan of the lizards one either. While I do like I like them as people, and I like siding with them politically, but boy golly howdy, I don't like their stories. I don't like how they end. Lady Ida of the Dwarves is better. Personally, I feel like Lady Ophelia's is the best, because there's really no bad ending for her, unlike pretty much everyone else. Everyone else has sort of a potential bad ending, but Lady Ophelia has 3 endings and they're all good. So, I mean, all of them have the potential of disappearing and losing them as princesses, and later on we'll also gain access to the demon, and you can sacrifice your wife to the demon to gain power. Both of those are options as well. But personally, I'd rather just get a wife that has a good story that leads to a good ending, rather than sacrificing them to the demon or losing them entirely. But, you know, such is the way of things, I suppose.
Heavens no, we wouldn't want to make a scene. The rejected princesses will be disappointed, and their counselors furious. No, once you have made your choice, inform me of it in confidence, and simply be about your business. I will take care of the rest.
Yeah, so no imp princess then.
There was an incident. Best not to mention it.
You couldn't have found me a human wife?
That would have been politically inopportune, Commander.
Yeah.
Don't tell me you take after Edmund, and dislike anyone who is not of your own species. Any of these princesses will make for a loving wife, and bring you great prosperity.
Yeah, no. We get monster girl wives, and it's fine. Alright, so if we go to the throne room, we have to choose our princess. But let's go to the other places first.
Shopping for a spouse, are we, Commander? I wonder what the return policy on these princesses is. No refund after they've been used?
Jesus. What the fuck is your problem?
I envy you, Commander. You 4 women here begging to make her yours. Bloody hell. I wish I were a dragon knight.
You dragons sure have a nice time of it, Commander. Who's it gonna be? That elf girl is cute. I mean, you know, not that I've been really looking.
Oh, Scarlet, you can't hide anything at all.
This is all too disgraceful.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Parading these women around like prize cattle. Whatever happened to marrying for love? What happened to respect? Outrageous.
You want to know what happened to marrying for love and what happened to respect? Look at the barmaid behind you. She's literally an undead with pumpkins shoved down her shirt. What do you even fucking mean at this point? What are you talking about? Shut up. Like, not to put too fine a point on it, but literally, look behind you. Alright, let's go meet the princesses.
The 7 have graced you, Commander. For today they bring before you Ophelia, daughter of Everking, sovereign of the Skeleton Spire. A more splendid princess is not to be found. Marry her, and the gods themselves will bless your union.
Tell me, Ophelia, it seems the gods would bless our marriage, would you?
Go on, girl. Don't be shy. Answer the dragon.
My lord and emperor, I stand here before you because I was bid to, and thereby was I blessed. I am not worthy of your love, but should you choose to honor me with marriage, I should take it as a sign the Seven still savor my soul, and it will be my unwavering endeavor to earn the trust and affection you would bestow upon me. Grace be unto the gods, and unto you, my sire and king.
Oh my god, Yorick, would you chill? Also, them putting lipstick on a skull is a little...
Well said, my dear. That settles it, does it not, Commander? How can any man even contemplate the hand of another woman when he has met fair Ophelia?
Well, I mean, I do have to look at them all, so... Yeah, as I said, Ophelia, I feel like, has the best story out of all of them. Pretty much nothing you do goes wrong unless you very expressly want it to go wrong and you, like, pointedly choose the kill her or sacrifice her to a demon options. But in every other case, it just goes well for her, which is great. Well, let's look at the other ones.
It's your lucky day, Commander, for I have with me the famed beauty
Jesus
Ida,
Christ.
Princess of Hammerdale. Dwarves have come a-courting her from each part of the realm, clad in solid golden belts, beset with diamonds, wielding axes so sharp they can cleave rock. Bold warriors that alone could face an army, but none has laid claim to that purest of rubies that is her heart.
All right, Falstaff, put a sock in it. I'd rather see you drink than drivel. So unbecoming of a dwarf.
Yes, well, there you have it, Commander. Lady Ida. To her very good health, I say, and your future happiness. I'm sure it'll be a blissful union.
A blissful union, would you agree, Ida?
Why, yes, my little dandelion. What woman in her right mind wouldn't want to marry an emperor? It's a right treat that you're not so bad looking.
Nice wink.
But
that was
power,
good.
my lad. That is why we do it. The power of the dragon. Me? I do have a few personal stakes in this as well, though. My father, see, may the plague wither his pecker, is a right old rotter whose company I'm desperate to escape. Put a wedding ring on my finger, and your ship will be my home. I'm sure we'll get on like two pups a play.
So, she's not a bad option. She's probably the second best. It can go wrong, but I mean, fairly attractive, fairly nice. She has a good attitude, good behavior. She is a little power hungry, but I'm the emperor. That's fine. Next.
What a strange day this must be for you, Commander. Having to receive princesses who are strangers to you and choose which one of them you would spend your life with.
Yeah, no kidding.
Strange for the princesses themselves, too, Prospera.
Yeah.
For they are put on display like cows on the market. And I am not a cow, kind sir. I am Camilla, a princess, rather reluctant to take part in this charade, but willing to do so for the benefit of all lizards.
Still, you do so voluntarily, don't you? You would like to marry me, yes?
To be perfectly frank, I don't know if I really do.
Your Highness, please forgive her, Commander. Nerves, you see.
One, there is nothing to forgive, and two, I am calm as a frozen lake, so hold your tongue, Counselor.
Now then, let me elaborate. Unlike those other girls I've seen shipped here by their aspiring ambassadors, I am not one who spends her days in palace rooms having her nails tended to. I've studied law and am now Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of my native land. I am a woman of the world, Commander, knowledgeable of matters of state. A royal marriage such as ours would constitute a political bond, not an amorous one, though perhaps in time a reasonable amount of endearment may bloom. Wonders never cease, do they not? Lizard and dragon. It would be an advantageous union. Think on it, Commander. What ambition I have compels me to hope I will be your cow, or should I say choice.
Yeah, so loveless but ruthlessly efficient marriage. She essentially would usurp us. like not to be too not to be too on the nose about it, but you know, it is that, you know, trope of it's a loveless marriage made purely for the sake of her being essentially bred for the purpose rather than for any sort of connection whatsoever. It's every choice with her is more or less a loveless one. Like, she's a lawyer. She behaves like a lawyer. Like, the best we can do is support her in her endeavors while she does things. She is that, you know, it's essentially the femdom choice. It's like, do you want to be the submissive husband who is supporting someone else in their endeavors and be a stay-at-home husband? Personally, that doesn't sound too bad. And so I went for that choice first, and it's not terrible, but it doesn't really help you at all. It's like I said, she's busy with her own shit. She's not going to help you in any way. And then finally this one.
Come on, up you stand, back straight, chin high. The commander is here. No, you are not daydreaming, Commander. This is not a mirage that would trick your eyes. This unearthly beauty is real, and her name is Lohanna, princess of all elves, the fairest fruit ever plucked from our green mother's world tree. I'll give you a moment to compose yourself, for not many can gaze upon her and be undaunted by the sight of purity perfected.
And what reason does perfection have to be here today?
The best reason of all. Love. Or so I hope. I have heard of your deeds and seen your portrait. Ever since, I admit I've been quite smitten with you, and when news of impending nuptials reached my dainty ears, I made certain Oberon would move mountains to ensure I'd get a chance to meet you. I know the very idea of love is often met with sardonic laughter in royal circles, where it is derided as a pleasantry that peasants may indulge in, but I would not have it so. Let love be your reason too, O dragon, should you contemplate our union. If not, I think I'd rather not be chosen.
Now, dear, don't put the commander on the spot. He's already head over heels in love with you, no doubt, as are all who have taken but a single look at you. And think of elven interests. We would have the dragon as our closest ally.
Yeah, so she seems like the obvious choice because, you know, elf wife. The problem is that she's very much a free spirit. Like, she's useless politically, similar to the lizard woman, where it's like she doesn't help you in any way. But there is one way that she does help, or can potentially help, and that is by offering herself to the troops. Basically, there's a cuckold option with her, where it's like, oh, you can, yeah. It's like, yeah, you can have nice romantic love with the elf, but then she can be like, I want to help too, but I'm not good at politics or any other matters. What if I went and I slept with all the men? So those are our options. Like I said, the best options are these two. She's actually beneficial. She has the best endings. And then these two are unfortunately the worst, where she's like She doesn't have the cuckold option like she has. But again, it's the we're the submissive stay-at-home emperor, and she's the one who's actually going out and doing things. She's busy. We're off fighting wars, and she's busy being a lawyer. And yeah. And then she's flower child, where she spends all day in her room organizing flowers, and then contemplates having sex with other men. I don't know what to tell you. So then the question becomes, who do we choose? What do we think? What do we want to do? The ad is coming up soon, so give me opinions. Give me thoughts. What do we want to do? Like I said, I've done them all. That's how I know. You know? And I've heard other people talking about their endings and whatnot. There's actually a co-optional podcast of Jesse Cox playing this game, and what they did. They did Jesse Cox did 2 playthroughs. What he did, I said she, whatever. Jesse did 2 playthroughs, one with Ophelia and one with her, Lohanna. With Lohanna, he let her cuck him and then sacrificed her to the demon, so that he could get the benefit of getting the high morale, and then tossed her away for power. And with Ophelia, he found the endings, and found one in particular, and was like, yes, I have won. Like, forget the war, I have won. Because yeah, there's one ending in particular where it's like you give her a flesh body, and she just like hangs out in her room naked all the time, and that's pretty fun. And like I said, Dwarf Girl isn't bad either. Go for the best ending then? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, like I said, the Dwarf Girl one is financially beneficial because she actually does help you with your finances, and then like, she's obviously pretty. But like I said, the true best ending, in my opinion, is with them. It also helps that I'm never going to agree with Yorick on anything ever. So giving the big boost of marrying into the undead will at least placate that a little bit. But I can say the same thing about the dwarves. You know what I mean? But at least with the dwarves, I'll agree with them at some point about something. The undead, I'm probably never going to agree with them about anything ever. Alright, so what do we think? What do we think? Who do we want to go with? What are your opinions? What are your thoughts? What do you want to do? Like I said, I've done all of them, so I've done all of them. I don't have an opinion on this one. Tell me your opinions. I'm curious about this best ending. All right. You said it twice. I get it. We'll go with Ophelia. All right. Let's let the ad break end, and then we will go with that. Because I don't want to leave them out. I don't want to leave them out of the decision. Also, should I keep playing this game? That's a big question to ask. That I would love to know the answer to. Should I keep playing this game? Like next week, should I keep playing this game for this week, for this day slot? Because I'm having a great time. It's fun to talk about politics. I'm a little like concerned about the fact that I have to actually tell Twitch, hey, by the way, this game is about politics, so you know, there's that. But alright, the ad people are back. Hello, everybody. We were waiting for you guys to make a decision. I was talking about whether I want to play this game again next week. I'm having a great time, but you know, I wanna know if everyone else is also having a good time. it concerns me that I have to tell Twitch that I'm doing politics, but, you know, it's still fun. Also, I can mentally imagine the MC going, "Why did you have to word it like that? I was this close to saying yes, but you had to open your mouth." But yeah, like I said, marrying for love ends up cheating on you. Marries because she's logically the best choice, and she spends all time being a lawyer and not actually being a wife or indeed a queen. Marries to get away from her dad and take over his business, does so, gets us money. Yay. Marries us because she believes that in doing so she will be blessed by her religion, and quite honestly, she does want to get married to us. She's just very shy, which is very fun. There's also a hidden thing about her story, which lends towards her storyline, but that's part of why she's being a little hesitant, I'll say. But yeah, I think that going with Ophelia is the best option. It'll give us the best ending, and by best ending, I mean she'll become human and wander around naked, which is fun. But she'll also be fully devoted to us, unlike someone else I should mention. Yeah. It's hard to say no to full-on devotion. You know, everyone else has their own ulterior motives. And while she does too, she'll at least be fully devoted to us, unlike everyone else. Busy with her business, busy with her law, busy fucking everybody else. Fully devoted to us. I don't know. I value that highly. All right, so we're going with Ophelia. All right, we've had this conversation. Yeah.
My Lord and Emperor.
Well said.
Yeah. We've had that. I just need to make sure that her name is Ophelia.
All this lovey-dovey stuff is wasted on me, Commander. But you go ahead and see who takes your fancy. Elf, dwarf, lizard, undead. They are all represented.
And it also helps politically because, like I said, I'm never going to agree with Yorick about anything ever. So getting the nice boost of marrying into the undead will at least placate the politics a little bit. On this map, we don't have any undead. But you can be sure that the next map we will, if we continue playing. Alright, I made my decision.
Wonderful. Who is the lucky lady?
The undead Princess Ophelia, please.
Really?
Really?
Perhaps now you'll truly garner the goodwill of the gods.
Really?
Allow me to be the first to heartily congratulate you, Commander. I will make discreet arrangements for her.
I love that being his reaction.
All will have been taken care of when you return from the battlefield.
Alright. Now let's go take our actual turn, finally. Alright, so once again, I'm going to just take my troops here, and I'm going to just like start pushing into the heartlands here. I could go and like take that place, but I'd have to get through these ironclads, and there's 5 ironclads right there. I can't compete with that. I've only got my 2 ironclads right here, and they've got juggernauts in the sea and everything. I can't compete with that naval superiority at all. Not without a lot more money, which is why I need to travel. And so now we can finally push into the Heartland, and I'll probably build, actually, if I could, I would want to take that war factory as quickly as possible. But what's more likely to happen is Green is going to see that I'm pushing in and is going to take this whole area, and I'm going to have to build a war factory right here. And so that's probably what's going to end up happening. I'd like to make landfall up here at the same time, if at all possible, but I don't know if I can. Yeah, that's too far. And I'm so worried about leaving this transport all on its own. What I might do is I might just come back to the base up here and then hop across. Do like that. And then we'll buy some units down here just to hold that island. And that'll have to do. So we don't have enough money to do anything else. Alright, end turn. Oh my god, that naval superiority is terrifying. And I hate that it's right on my back. This is a monstrous army. It really is. How are you doing that? Oh. I forgot that you existed. Retreat if at all possible. Nope, wasn't possible. That's fine, I don't care. The Rivellon Times. Emperor marries. Wedding to be held aboard Raven command ship. Imp princess dies during hide-and-seek the lit fuse game. Ministry of Education demands nationwide ban. Empire crumbles. Is our emperor a stumbling emotional wreck? It's not crumbling. I'm doing fine. It's fine. Just because we have almost 10,000 casualties, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The dwarves are pissed at me. All right, let's go to our wedding. Let's see the reaction to everybody.
Shell-shocking catapults, Commander. What a pity it is you never got to meet pretty Princess Pyra.
To be honest, I probably would have really liked an imp princess.
And now what? You're married to an undead that looks as bare as a fish after dinner. No, I don't envy you, Commander. Verily, I don't.
Hey, she's not that bad. I mean, she is all bones, literally, but she's not that bad.
You're a married man now, Commander. But I bemoan your choice.
Jeez.
An alliance with the dwarves would have made you rich, fabulously wealthy. And what have you now? A bag of bones, that's what.
Man, everyone is so mean to Ophelia.
Talk your ear off about the bleeding gods. Bah.
Bah.
Poor Lady Lohanna left this ship in tears when she heard you wouldn't marry her, Commander. And 'tis well that she cries. How you could have chosen that walking corpse over her is quite beyond me. You'll rue the day. And soon, too.
Man, everyone is so mean to Ophelia. Man. Rough. The fuck?
I shall not conceal your choice of a partner has been a blow to us lizards. But personally, I can't really hold it against you. Lady Camilla has a frigid nature that makes her difficult to endure, let alone love.
Thank you. Thank you for at least understanding, unlike everyone else.
In short, I hope you and Lady Ophelia will be very happy. But beware the zealot Yorick that lurks behind her.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Yorick... Let's just say that there's no friendship between these two. We'll find out.
If your decisions on the battlefield were as deplorable as the ones you made regarding the royal nuptials, you'd all have painfully perished by now.
Jesus Christ, not a single person. Just notice, was there a human rep, or is the Dragon MC a rep for the population? Yeah, the Dragon MC is the rep for the human population because we're half dragon. We're a dragon knight. Our father was the previous emperor, and so we represent the humans. And so we were told that we can't have a human empress because that wouldn't do well politically. And then Maxos asked if we were like Edmund in that we're incredibly racist and classist and wouldn't be able to marry someone of a different race, which, all right, way to twist my arm like that, Jesus Christ. But yeah, no, everyone's being so mean to Ophelia.
An undead commander? Really? They say that as long as it moves, it's not necrophilia, but in my opinion, you're coming uncomfortably close.
All right, fair. That one's fair.
So the slave market is closed, and you've made your pick from among 4 serfs, whether she was willing or not.
This one was, so shut the fuck up.
Here's hoping Lady Ophelia won't let you walk all over her. But I fear the worst for a woman stemming from that backwardly strict undead society.
Hey, if anything, being with me is a marked improvement over that, so shut the fuck up.
So you got hitched, did you, Commander? Here. Wouldn't have gone for Ophelia myself, though. Wouldn't want to bone.
Shut up!
Congratulations, Commander! Ophelia is such a subservient girl, typically undead, but I'm certain she'll bloom aboard the Raven. Dragons are free spirits, which is bound to rub off on her.
That is kind of the goal. Like, not to put too fine a point on it, but that literally is the goal. It's like, and she's, not to put too fine a point on it, not to spoil too much, but she's not being subservient, and she won't. She's just devoted, which is good. But there's a secret behind her marrying us, and fuck Yorick for going through with it. Like I said, there's no friendship here. None whatsoever.
Commander, we all rejoice at your safe return. I am here with your princess, your wife-to-be, and shall now proceed with the wedding ceremony. It is here on this ship where conquest is charted and strategy surveyed that you shall pledge your vows. Symbolic, I hope, that love may yet conquer war. Our commander and emperor has sworn his devotion by the very act of choosing you, exalted lady, over all others. Only you must now avow your allegiance and dedication, if it pleases. Lady Ophelia, do you take the dragon to be your husband, to love and cherish, now and forever?
My lord and love, I do.
Then by the grace of the Almighty Seven, I now pronounce you man and wife. May joy and prosperity be your constant companions. Go forth, be merry, and make merry. Blessed be the both of you.
And blessed be the Seven.
Shut the fuck up, Yorick.
So shocking.
Oh, I've already had the conversation. And now we have this room, finally. Yay! So, depending on who you decide to marry, over time, this place will be slowly decorated. And then depending on which ending that you manage to go down with them, it'll be decorated again. But this is essentially our bedroom.
Such a pleasant chamber this is. My be-all and end-all. So light and luxurious. Quite different from the rooms I frequented afore. Dark as the grave. Black as the secret branded upon my very being. Oh, I can hide it no longer. It singes my soul. Perchance if I confess its devilish sting will subside. You have been deceived, dearest dragon. For you have married a princess, destined for decay.
Le gasp!
Not mine is the holy perpetuity of the bone. A malicious malady mangles my marrow. Thus I have been punished by the Seven. So say the priests of the Skeleton Spire. Though for what insidious infraction I know not. They have forbidden me to seek a cure. For to do so would be to defy the decrees of the divines. But now that I am here, my love, here with you aboard this wondrous raven, I hope I may as yet counter the cancer that consumes me.
So yeah, she's an undead who is all bones, and she has bone cancer. And she wasn't allowed to seek a cure because according to Yorick and their religion, to suffer any malady is the will of the Seven, and your like doctors and medical staff or whatever are not necessary because, you know, they're undead. Their existence is proof of the will of the Seven. And so if you're like injured or medically ill, it's because the gods think that you should be. And so Yorick tricked us.
You'll stand by me, won't you, my love? I long to banish the blight that burdens my body, but I cannot dispel it alone.
And so yeah, we quite literally, like, not only is she devoted to us because she's becoming the empress of our empire, and she was raised in a religious, like, backwater fucking culture that is like, women must be subservient to men, blah, 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 blah. But she also just is actually devoted to us, and also being with us is her one hope of salvation to actually living. Or not wasting away to bone cancer as an undead. So once again, everyone was so mean to her at the wedding. Like, holy shit. Like, what the fuck? I don't remember them being quite so cruel. Anyway, so that is her storyline, wherein we will help her find ways to cure her bone cancer. And you could choose not to cure it, in which case she will die like any other princess has that option of them disappearing and no longer being here. And then, at any point, you can obviously sacrifice her to the demon. But then she also has 3 potential good endings, and they're all good endings because she doesn't die and she remains she remains devoted to us. Unlike all the other ones that have weird ass endings. Like, yeah, they all have their good endings. Like, don't get me wrong, there are some good endings. Like, everyone has their good ending, but everyone also has that weird ending. Except for her. She just has 3 good ones. Hi, Grumia.
Congratulations, my lord. Happy days, eh? Oh, but don't you worry. I haven't been sipping sparkle wine and eating wedding cake, no. Researching, engineering, those have been my occupations.
Yay. And now that we've done that, we've fully unlocked all of our research. Yay. I wonder which wife's was the dev's favorite. If I had to guess, probably the elf one, because it's the obvious choice. Although, did you see how the dwarf one was dressed? Like, holy shit! I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but she came aboard with fishnet stockings and all of her buttons popped open. You couldn't make it more obvious if you tried. Like, her fucking... her rimmed glasses were made of gold, and they animated her face well enough to wink at you during her conversations. Like, some love and care went to crafting her. I'm just saying. Although, she still doesn't quite match up to one of the potential endings for Ophelia, so, no. It is what it is. For fuck's sake. Alright, we still need to save up our research points. Let's go ahead and do this turn, and we will probably end stream there. And then next week we'll continue, if we want to continue. Oh no, I was joking over the idea that Olivia has 3 good endings while the others have the common bad endings or normal endings. At least that's how it sounds like. Technically speaking, all of them have 5 endings, right? They have the they die ending, they have the you sacrifice them to a demon ending, and then 3 alternative endings. All of the other choices have one ending where it's kind of a loveless marriage, but they have their own things that they need to do. They have a middle choice and then a bad and then a good choice. Where it's like they have the good, middle, bad endings of those 3. That isn't them dying of either of these 2 ways. It's just like, you know, good, middle, bad. Of them like a loveless marriage, a decent marriage where they do something nice for us, but it's and then an actual good marriage. Ophelia is different. Ophelia has the let her die by cancer, sacrifice her to a demon, and then just 3 good endings. Because Ophelia is such a tragic story that literally no matter what you do, it's gotta be better than what's going on. Like, you know, what possible bad ending could you have in comparison to having bone cancer? Like, what the fuck? Like, what could you possibly come up with? That is somehow worse while not dying, you know? That's hard. That's a hard one to figure out. All right, let's hop around and capture these islands here. I was gonna land right here, and I probably should have done that, but it also probably helps that I think this game was made around the same time as like things like Corpse Bride and whatnot, so you can see a little bit of that inspiration. Maybe. I don't remember exactly when this came out. I'll have to check, but it certainly doesn't hurt. All right, so they didn't capture that place, but I can't get there fast enough. So we're going to split these 7 troops up 3 ways to try to capture all 3 of these positions as quickly as possible. Oh, I can't reach down there. Son of a bee. I can only go here and here. Well, then I can take these guys and put them back on the ship, and then I can move the ship down here. Oh, wait, no, there's a Juggernaut in the way. Oh, no, it's not. Haha. Juggernaut's not in the way. Juggernaut's down here, not up here. I just moved here. Ha 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 ha. So capture those 3 areas. Capture the area up here. And let's reinforce here with some hunters. And that's pretty much all we can do here. Alright, end turn. See how it goes. Maybe he'll intercept us with that ironclad, which would suck, but or Juggernaut, whatever. God, you just have so many units. You're freaking me out, man. Oh my god. Chill. What the fuck? Whoa! Yellow just, like, filled that place. What the hell? Oh, what? Oh, that's them fighting. That's not us fighting. We're not fighting. It's their ironclad versus their ironclad. And the Juggernaut there. We don't have any wars to fight. It's just that one fight. Although, holy crap, they scrambled up here way fast. Alright, well, that's going to be our first point of contention right there, because that is too close. Oh, and the green finally conquered that place, which isn't good for us either. We need to take that back almost immediately next turn. But that'll be next week. Yeah, we don't have anything to do with this fight. All right. The Rivellon Times. Undead Princess Ophelia won the Emperor's heart, only because he has a skeleton fetish, anonymous sources claim. This just in, dragons apparently hibernate. Torn between man and dragon. My god, the dwarves are pissed at us. Hey, but look, the undead don't hate us anymore. They're up here with the elves now. Yay! We have received a dowry of 45 gold and 10 research points. Oh, thanks, Ophelia. Holy shit. Great. That's great for us.
Commander,
what?
there's something very important I'd like to talk to you about.
Oh, the demon.
I know I've been evasive about the demon, the creature I called the heart of the ship. But I think the time has come to tell you more. You, after all, are the dragon. Yours should be the prerogative of knowing more than anyone else aboard this vessel, or indeed the realm.
All right, tell me about the demon.
Corvus is his name.
Corvus, the Raven.
In the ancient language. He is at the same time our greatest ally and our greatest foe. For it is from his antediluvian psyche that I wrestle many of the incredible powers Grumio and I make real. But it is he who also provided your siblings with like technologies, and does so still through dream walking.
Yep, so he's essentially a demonic arms dealer. And he's helping everybody, not just us.
This diabolical being, then, who holds our key to victory, but would much rather unbolt the door of defeat, desires to address the dragon. He has wanted to do so from the beginning. And though I had rather you'd never meet this thing of insidious evil, I recognize such is not my decision to make. So find me in my study, and I will show you how to find Corvus.
All right, we're gonna go meet Corvus because he is so cool, and I do not want to hold that off. But the rest of the stuff we'll wait for.
This revelation of mine must leave you with more questions than answers. So, in the royal chamber, where reigns the precious presence of privacy, I shall answer any queries you may still have, to the best of my abilities.
All right, we won't bother with any of that. I want to go meet the demon. We'll skip all of this and come back to it next time. I'm not even gonna, I'm gonna save right now, and I'm not going to save later. New save. Stream save. I'm gonna save right now, so nothing that we're about to do will be part of that save. But we're gonna go meet the demon, because I want to show it to you guys. It's really cool. So there's the entrance to the demon's lair.
Dear me, I could do with a nap. To contend with demons drains the mind as much as it endangers it.
Alright, I'm ready to meet Corvus. I believe you could show me how?
Indeed I can. No corridor leads to the dismal vault he haunts, but enter the flames of the fireplace, and afore Corvus you shall find yourself. If you wish it. I myself, I recommend no such visit.
Alright, you think it would be unwise to deal with Corvus?
In a word, yes.
No,
I know the game he plays.
no shit.
I too have once been tempted by demonic gifts, but never have I succumbed to their attraction. He is ready to wield the greatest and most ghoulish sorcery of all, Magia Sanguinis. Foreboding words. For blood magic demands blood. Do not forget.
Yeah, so he provides blood magic. Alright, let's go speak to Corvus. He looks really cool. Let's go.
Remember, Commander, dragon and demon may make for a dangerous duo indeed.
Exactly. In we go. Look at him! Oh, he's so fucking cool. He's literally plugged into the ship.
At last we meet, Dragon Knight. Too long have I sensed your steadfast tread along my halls, like a reverberation through the spine. Too long have I heard your voice linger, like the recollection of a dream near forgotten. Too long have we been intangibly intimate without having made one another's acquaintance.
He's so cool. He's a lot larger than I expected, right? He's literally plugged into the goddamn ship. He is the Raven. He's the airship that we're on.
I am Corvus, the Raven, the Demon. I am what makes this ship a source of inconceivable power and unbeknownst to you, I am your greatest ally. Greater than the wizard, your generals, and your armies combined.
He's our arms dealer.
Today we finally look one another in the eyes. Both of us relish in the promise locked within.
What do you want of me, demon?
But to give you power so that I may have my pleasures. I suffer in this lonely place where that devilish sorcerer tears in strips my mind and takes off with shattered memories. The fragments of true potential that might have been.
Oh?
And yet I remain free in dreams. For in dreams I have dominion. Long do I sleep, roam in reverie and wander worlds of wonder. Dimensions you can neither behold nor comprehend. There have I found what I shall give you, in return for the deathless soul that is life's blood.
Yeah. How about you state in plain terms what it is you offer me and what I get and what you get in return? If you walk in dreams, why do you ask my permission to feast on souls? This one kind of requires more dialogue that we haven't seen yet, so I'm not doing that one. How about you just say in plain terms, what do you want?
Dearest dragon, so rash, so impetuous. But fine, I will tell you. All I want is blood. Thick, sweet, dripping ruby blood. It nourishes me. It sustains me.
Alright, you're a vampire. What about it?
Give me least to walk the dreams of your peoples. I devour them in sleep, and yours will be untold powers.
Wait, you want to devour... You want to go into their dreams like Freddy Krueger and eat them in their dreams? And that will drain their blood? What the fuck?
Or perhaps you desire the affection of those whose benefit you need. If it is dwarven favor you are after, for instance, I can attune their allegiance in the night. If I'm allowed to feast on the plump, bloody souls of others, that is.
So yeah, we can also mind control people in their sleep to gain more favor.
And if you want to taste true power, want to experience the true richness of demonic might, you will give me your wife, dragon. Render her unto me, so she may become a blood servant, and the ruthless radiance of domination will be yours.
Alright, so... if you can walk in dreams, why ask my permission to feast on souls?
I am but a slave now, bound by a demon's oath to serve the one that bound me. No more than an infernal genie in a rather exceptional bottle. Give me leaves, though, and I can claw for the things I crave.
These seem hardly moral, you know, these things that you ask of me.
I am beyond such petty concepts, as could you be. Think on it, dragon. Return to me when you have brushed the cobwebs from your mind. Morality is but a ball and chain. Listen to me and cut the chain.
Ooh. So yeah, we could allow him to nourish himself in dreams and be a Freddy Krueger vampire. We could have him haunt people's dreams in order to mind control them into liking us more. And we could sacrifice our wife to gain ultimate power of domination. Obviously, I'm not going to do any of those things. But I could. And honestly, the Freddy Krueger dream one doesn't sound that bad because, I mean, I don't give a shit. I got plenty of population. I could win any fight with just a couple of hunters. I don't care. But just for the just on principle of the thing, probably shouldn't do it. probably shouldn't. Probably shouldn't do that. I'm gonna leave. Bye. Goodbye. I'm out of here. All right. And we will start off next stream, essentially doing that exact same thing again, but getting more in depth with the dialogue options. So yeah, I just wanted to like show you guys that because he's really, really cool. And yeah, I hope you guys had a lot of fun. I know I did. I had a great time playing this game. I love talking about politics in this manner. It's great fun to like consider things and look at them thoughtfully and logically and talk them out and have a nice, actual, peaceful discussion about things like politics and making plans and strategizing and whatnot. And this game is just great for that. I had an absolute blast. I hope you guys did as well. If you guys did, we will play this game again next week. And if not, we'll play something else. I have so many games to play. You ready? Like, it's not a big deal. I play this game in it whenever I want. But I wanna put on a good show for you guys, and so let me know if you guys want to see more of this or not, because it's up in the air. It's in the ball is in your court and all that stuff. It was fun to listen to. Wouldn't mind streaming again. Hell yeah. So yeah, tomorrow is Warhammer Day, where I still have to decide. I'll probably flip a coin right before stream starts, whether I'm playing Darktide or Space Marine 2. I'm leaning towards playing more Space Marine 2 because I kind of don't want to move on to another game quite yet. I want to do more of that, but I don't know if I can grab Grun to do more stuff, and I don't know if I want to do quick matches with random people or if I want to play with bots. I don't know yet. I'll have to consider a couple of things, move things around and find out, but I'm excited to play either way. And then Thursday we're playing that Star game. What is it called again? I keep forgetting. Star Rupture, that game that Cray bought me, that I'm super excited to play some more of. And then Friday, there is an ice storm. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream, but if I can, then it'll be Final Fantasy 14, where we'll do a whole bunch of roulettes, and I'll be working on my various relic weapons, because they both require me to do a whole bunch of roulettes. And then maybe I'll do Final Fantasy 11. Maybe I'll do more Occult Crescent. Not Final Fantasy 11, but the Final Fantasy 11 raids that are in Final Fantasy 14. Maybe I'll do those. Maybe I'll just do more Occult Crescent. Maybe I'll hang out on the moon. I don't know. It'll be a very chill kind of day. It won't be much regardless. You don't have to check in on Friday. I just want to stream Final Fantasy 14. You know what I mean? I don't want to play WoW. I don't care. I know that the pre-patch is happening. I don't want to play WoW. I don't want to do it. I don't want to play WoW. Because I know if I start playing WoW, I'm going to get stuck in. And then I'm going to be playing WoW on my own again. And I just... Unlike Final Fantasy 14, which I can genuinely enjoy solo. I've done World of Warcraft solo since BFA, and I'm so over playing that game solo, because it's not enjoyable solo. But I've done it for so long. I just don't want to do it solo anymore. I'm not playing WoW unless other people are playing with me. Alright. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody. Hope you guys had fun. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.